Hey, we're live, and look at this, everybody. We got the Ant-Man.
What's up?
In studio. The Ant-Man is in studio, and we're having a good time. So, everybody,
Fighting with my dog.
yeah, you're fighting with your dog. So anyway, welcome back, Anthony. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you guys.
As always, I have to open up with my grievances. I don't know if any of you have a grievance that you wish to share. Feel free. And as I know, something's breaking through the ceiling above me. So I talked about how I got screwed over twice in a row with my breakfast sandwich at McDonald's, and I actually got mad enough to like call the second time. And the guy was like, well, you can drive like the 10-minute drive back to McDonald's, and I'd be willing to give you a free meal for your trouble. And I was just like, no, I don't see myself going back there just so I can get a Big Mac meal or what have you. And he's like, well, then I can send you a couple of coupons for a couple of free meals here at McDonald's. And I said, okay, well, last time I did this, I never got my coupons. Oh, no. I put them on this sheet, and then my boss comes in here in about an hour, and I'll tell her these need to go out today. So it's a week and change and counting. I'm still waiting on my GD.
Only the food is fast there.
Yeah. And it's not, and it's just like, and I get it, but it was just the fact that like twice, I don't like the sausage, egg, and McMuffin. I just don't like it. And I like the ham, egg, and cheese McMuffin. That's what I like. And I don't like I don't like that biscuit they have. I like my English muffin toasted. I don't like the biscuit. It's too buttery, and it always makes my stomach feel like it's a race like a half hour later, because it's like, oh yeah, I see you took this I see you took this biscuit and you plunged it into a vat of butter for 5 minutes, and then you fried it up, so it's just nothing but just grease, and it's just, my body just burns it just goes straight through, and I don't like that feeling. I mean the bacon, if you can get I wonder if you can do that. I wonder if you can get the bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, but on a McMuffin. I wonder if they put it on McMuffin for you.
They have the science.
And they do. I mean, I would think they can.
But they do not have the customer service.
They can do anything. Yeah. So if you ever want a taste sensation from McDonald's, you go and you ask for a Big Mac, but ask for them to replace the burger with chicken.
Whoa, that is a whoa. I've never even thought about that.
You'll never get that right.
And then they'll usually ask you, well, which kind of chicken would you like? And you can get either the crispy chicken or the grilled chicken.
Say both.
So which one do you get? Say both.
The crispy one is better.
Why did KFC can't get rid of the double down? Remember that? It was the two boneless chicken breasts with like the cheese and the bacon on the inside. It was
the no bread sandwich.
Yeah.
It wasn't great. Like, it didn't taste great. I bought like two, and I was like, yeah, it's okay.
You think now, with all this keto diet stuff going around, you'd think people would be like clamoring for that, right?
Wasn't that covered in bread?
Yeah, didn't the breading mess that up?
Yes.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think the breading on a chicken breast is like 6 grams of carbs. So like, if you were like one of those people like 20 grams of carbs or less in a day, like you could have a double down.
I think people just were like, we're too couth to eat with a sandwich without bread.
Yeah. It was hey, it's the loser of the 1998 NFC Championship game, Chris Cluey. How's it going, buddy?
How's it going, Lance?
Are you calling us from your space station with those earphones there, buddy?
I need to make sure I can hear every word of wisdom that comes from your mouth.
Well, yeah.
And you need smaller headphones.
Chris was the big old loser in the last light game today.
Because you got the freaking bullshit combo from the get-go with your faction, and don't think I didn't notice it.
Yeah, no, I mean there was some good synergy going on with that.
It was well played. In the instant you brought out the I get a free light per turn and my faction allows me to double that, I was like, welp. I'm pretty sure I know how this game is gonna go.
It was good. All right, so here a couple of things I want to talk about. A lot of you don't care about wrestling. I know Forrest does, but I care a great deal about wrestling. We lost one of the greatest wrestlers of all time earlier, Scott Hall, who famously said, it's like hard work pays off. That much is true. Bad times don't last, but bad guys do. And he was probably the best bad guy ever. The best bad guy ever, definitely best bad guy ever, who never had a title run. Like, I mean, he was the Intercontinental Champion, but they never put the World Championship on him ever. But he created he was like the founding member of the NWO, probably the best faction of all time. Him, Kevin Nash, and Hulk Hogan. 96 through 98 was a great time to be alive as a wrestling fan for both Raw and both WWF, as it was known then, and all in WCW. I think for both, I think it was a great time. But yeah, went in, broke his hip. They had surgery and blood clots. Had 3 heart attacks that pulled him off life support. That sucks. Yeah, Scott Hall. I mean, one of my all-time favorite matches is when the NWO came to Raw in like 2001, and Scott Hall and Steve Austin had just a barn burner of a match that was just fantastic. And Scott Hall too, he wasn't a dick. It was like when he told McMahon, he was like, yeah, so WCW offered me this exorbitant amount of money to come over to them. Will you match it? And he said, I can't. And he said, well, you got me for 2 more months. What do you want me to do? And McMahon was like, I need you to put over this guy. I need you to put over this guy. I need you to put over this guy. He's like, I'll do it. And he did it. He spent the next like 2 months or whatever, just like putting over the talent and making sure that like he didn't burn any bridges. And he,
for those of you,
didn't sound like a bad guy.
Putting over means letting them win. Just to
I mean, it basically just strengthened them. Like they come in and they beat him, so he makes them look better, and like and he one of the best promos in the business. Hey yo, there's a meme out there that you may have seen it. It's like, you might be cool, but you'll never be. Get hit in the face with a full glass of soda, don't react to it, and use it to slick back your hair cool, like Scott Hall. And he's doing a promo, and somebody hits him with an entire glass of soda that hits the side of his face and just splashes all over. And he just stops and he just goes like this, and he's like, "Thank you." Is all he said. But yeah, so there you go, Scott Hall. It sucks. Plus his finisher, the Razor's Edge, which basically. It looked like you could kill somebody with it, but he never hurt anybody in the ring. So
somebody used it, I think, a couple months ago and hurt somebody. It was on NXT.
Yeah. The best way to describe it is like you have somebody, so they're on your back, and you pick them up like this, and they're you're facing opposite ways, and then you kind of like jump in the air, and then you slam them on their shoulders onto the mat, and it's just like, and you kind of take 2-3 steps, and you jump and you slam them down. But he always took care of the guys that he was wrestling. Nobody ever got hurt. Nobody ever got a concussion. He just he had probably totally fake, obviously, but he had one of the most realistic looking like right hand punches. Like just it looked like he was murdering people. I remember watching a thing with like another wrestler, but Al Snow. He said you know what the worst move what's the dumbest move in wrestling? He said the punch, because if I punch you in the face, you're going to react. But in wrestling, of course, these guys just haul off and punch each other for days. And but yeah, like Scott Hall's punches actually looked real. Anyway, I think it sucks. I think it sucks that he's gone. He had his demons. He was 62. He should have lived longer. I mean, he definitely had problems with drugs and alcohol, and it's a rough life being a professional wrestler. But
so from the professional football perspective, and from like seeing so many wrestling guys who have tried to make it in football, and haven't, it's like there seems to be a lot of similarity in the had problems with drugs and alcohol, and that's a symptom of your body got brutalized and you're trying to figure out a way to make the pain stop. That, like, I see a lot of overlap between professional wrestlers and football players in that, there's the scripted element to wrestling, right? Where it's like, okay, it's not MMA. They're not legit trying to go out and hurt each other, but you do run the risk of suffering a serious injury. Because if you're a 250 to 300 pound guy and you're 6 feet up in the air and you come down, even on a ring with some give, like, your body is going to feel that impact.
Yeah, some guy on Raw broke his neck Monday night. Just
did he?
Big E.
Yeah, Big E power bomb. Just oof.
Like it's and for the longest time I didn't understand what professional wrestling was, right? Like I would look at it, like, as a kid I was like, oh, they're fighting each other, and then when I grew up I was like, oh, it's soap opera, like, it's fake, it's all scripted. But now it's like I look at it where this is the in-between point of, you like movies with acting and you like football or MMA where people are hurting each other. Like, wrestling is the midpoint in between those two, where they're trying to tell a story, but there is also the risk of serious, legitimate physical harm.
Yeah. No, people have died in the ring. So it's,
it's and then I read a great book. It was by Bill Hanstock. He's Sundown Motel on Twitter. He like huge into wrestling, also does a lot of like really funny stuff. But he wrote this great book. It was called "We Promised You a Main Event," and it's like a deep dive into wrestling of the past. I think it's like 15 years, 20 years, something like that. And like it helped me a lot in understanding what wrestling is about and kind of what the people in it are about. So yeah, it's I wish they had more protections. Like I wish wrestlers had a union, like even as bad as the NFLPA. Like they deserve something at least that bad.
Well, that was like John Oliver did a whole thing about it, how like the WWE hires them as independent contractors, so they don't have to give them any sort of benefits. They don't have to give them any kind of health. They don't have to take care of them at all, right? It's just
they're the people building the stadiums in Qatar. Like, that's it's legit. Like, build us this entertainment, and if you die, well, fucking good luck to you.
Yeah,
like it's terrible the way wrestlers are treated.
But
right.
but
that's also why they wrestle like 3 times a week.
Well, yeah, because like the guys, I mean, so like the people that you see on TV, that's like the 1% of the wrestlers, right? Other than that, there are guys and girls that are just constantly traveling and just going someplace to go wrestle in a pool hall, for $75 for the night if they're lucky. You hear stories about people that are on the road like looking to get their break, as a wrestler, and they do it out of a passion for it, right? I mean, yeah. and it's because
that's also why back in the day you'd see like Sweet Hansen like wrestling out of high school, like at a WWF event that they had, and Sweet Hansen would be there like all 68 years old of him, and you're like, dude, hang it up. But like that's all they know, and they don't get paid much, and they're making again $100 for the night. And
yeah, no, it's crazy.
It sucks. Everyone needs to join a union. Go communism.
Hey, can I ask Chris a question
Boom!
before we? While Chris is here, it's actually good that he's here. I have a question for him.
Go ahead.
All right, Chris, what do you know and think of Matt Aritza?
Matt Aritza. Oh, he's the
punter from San Diego
Yeah,
State?
from San Diego State. Yeah. Okay, so watched some film on him and like read I think it was like a Sports Illustrated article or whatever where they did like kind of a deep dive into the best punter you've never heard of, and unfortunately, unless he changes his style, he's not going to see any success in the NFL. Because like you can see on the film and you can see from that article that he thinks, okay, I can get away with like a 4.1, 4.2 hang time punt as long as the returner doesn't get it. And the thing is, when you play at San Diego State, the college returners you're playing against, yeah, you can get away with doing that. But when you get into the NFL and the returners you're facing they were legit the best guy on their squad. And now they're only good enough to return punts in the NFL. Like, you can't do that anymore. And so there's a reason why gimmick stuff doesn't really last in the NFL.
What's his gimmick?
His
he
average
blasts the
punt
shit
is like
out of the ball.
his average punt was like 52 yards or 53 yards.
Yep.
But in like not like a combine, like a showing for pros on a pro day, he was punting the ball 82 yards.
Right.
And not 82 yards with a roll, 82 yards in the air.
Right. Well, okay. So here's the thing. Like, and I feel like I'm one of the few, probably the only person on the show that can weigh.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask since you were here.
Right.
Well,
So,
you may have kicked a few footballs in the NFL,
I may
but
have
I think
once or twice.
I did my own research, and what I found out,
fake news. Shut up.
I think Chris is a little upset because his punt average was only 44.4.
Right. So here's the thing though, is that like legit in practice, I could send a ball 75, 80 yards, like in the air. Like, you give me a football, I'll send it 75, 80 yards in the air. The problem is the hang time on that ball is only going to be like 4.1 to 4.2 seconds, which means if the returner gets a hold of it, they have 30 to 40 yards to work with before a gunner gets down even close to them. So that 75 to 80 yard punt realistically is equivalent to like maybe a 45 to 50 yard punt. Just factoring in, okay, the returner has so much room to work with. And that's not getting into the part of, okay, now the returner can set up a return to one direction. Everyone's shifting that way as they go down the field because they have to react to the returner. Now the blocks are being set up and he goes the other way, and boom, now you have him cutting it down the sideline. And that's where I think he has the potential to have success if he can transfer a lot of that distance into hang time, because like no team is going to turn down a guy that can hit a ball 45 to 50 yards with like 4.9 to 5 second hang time. Like, it's you will have a job in the NFL for a very long time if you can do that. But if you can also add in that, okay, now they're setting up at that 49 to 50 yard spot, and then you laser one over their head to really flip the field, and a team has to take that into consideration, that's where you really get value in terms of your position as a punter. I don't know that he realizes that. I think he just wants the long ball. Like he's, chicks dig the long ball. Like, he just wants to blast it as far as he can every time. And it works in college, but you have to change that once you get to the NFL. And I know that because I loved hitting the long ball in college. Like, that was all I looked for. I just wanted to blast it as far as I could.
All right, there we go.
So here's a question, not to sit here and talk football all night, but Chris, if you were as a punter, I mean, like, if you were a better punter, if there was a punter that had the option, like basically had the ability to say, I can either kick this ball 80 yards and it'll have a hang time of 4.1 or whatever, or you can do what you said, kick it 45 and have a hang time of 5 seconds. Would that be a benefit? Like, the opposing team would have no idea which route he's going to go. Do you have your returner sit back on the 82 and then run up
Well,
to it.
The difference is, Lance, as not being a punter, is if I have to wait for the ball to come down, I'm fair catching it more times than if you're lying driving one to me. Even if I have to further to run, I can still get to where that 15, 20 yard shorter punt would be in that 0.9 seconds.
Yeah. So Lance, the answer to your question is yes, absolutely. You want to do both. Because the thing is, if you look at Kansas City Chiefs, for example, like so much of what they do is mind games with the defense in terms of their offensive unit, right? Like they're trying to make you think you're doing one thing and then they do something else. And that's like, that goes for offense, that goes for defense, that goes for special teams. If you can make the opponent think that you're doing something else and then you do something completely different, you're winning that play more often than not. And so if you have a punter that, can hang it up super high, but can also blast it way downfield, the best case scenario for the other team is they line up a returner at 45 yards and they line up a returner at like 65 yards. And what that means is they are lacking a blocker in terms of guys releasing downfield, which means you have won that play. So if Ariza can learn how to do that, he will be incredibly successful in the NFL. Like if he can consistently shift between a high hanging good punt and a line drive laser switch the field punt, like he will change the paradigm of what punting means in the NFL. Mentally, does he have that? I don't know. I don't know the kid. From what I've seen in his interviews, I don't know that he understands that, but we'll see.
Chris, I got one more question. I want to move on for football before we lose the crowd.
Yeah. The crowd doesn't like football.
Yeah. You've been out, a decade now, roughly?
Mm-hmm.
13? Do you think if you were going into the NFL now, like from college, would you be able to stand up against the kids going in now?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's the thing is, success in the NFL hasn't changed over the last 35, 40 years. It's if you can hit a 4.5 second punt with 45 yards, you will have success in the NFL. If you can hit a 50-yard punt with 5 seconds of hang time, you will last in the NFL for as long as you want to play. And that hasn't changed because at the end of the day, punting is about
Wait a minute. Time out. As long as you don't call out your special teams coach for being a jerk and support and support LGBTQ.
As long as you don't support LGBTQ.
Wasn't going to say anything.
As long as you don't take a knee against police brutality, then you will play as long as you want. but yeah, the art of punting. I would say the last time punting really had a kind of paradigm shift moment was when Darren Bennett came in for the Chargers and he introduced the Aussie rules punt, because up to that point, everyone used the coffin corner, right? You're trying to hit a spiral down towards the 5-yard line, get it to bounce out of bounds or you're going to down it. But Darren Bennett brought over that end over end Aussie rules punt that now every single guy in the league uses. I mean, it has been, if you go back and look at the film and the records of how people kick the ball in the NFL, not that anyone gives a single shit about that other than me. It's there is such a drastic change between before Darren Bennett and then after Darren Bennett, where now every single guy uses that Aussie rules punt. And so to me, that was the last time punting really saw a change in the NFL. I think the previous change before that would be in the 1930s or 40s, where your quarterback was your punter because he was your best athlete and he was the only guy who had shoes light enough to where he could actually kick the ball. He wasn't wearing work boots. So but again, no one gives a shit about that because it's kicking. They don't care.
Well, Kabuki Kid said wrestling, and she pushed her glasses up to the top of her nose and said, "Wrestling plus football. I'm looking for something else to do." So,
Elden Ring. Let's talk about Elden Ring.
What are your thoughts, Big A?
About Elden Ring?
Oh, that big guy.
I'm taking a break. What's up, Anthony?
You taking a break?
What's going on?
Why?
I just feel like bored of like grinding to do anything in the game, so I'm kind of taking a break with it.
You won't go back.
Hey Scott, I've
You're
got a
probably
question
right.
for you.
I quit Lost Ark too.
Whoa.
I have like
Lost Ark
such
is the
low
MMO,
attention.
right?
I have
Lost
low-
Ark is the
I have
MMO?
such. It's the MMO, yeah.
Yeah,
I
I don't
such
have
a
the
low
time.
attention span.
I don't have the time to put into an MMO anymore. I can't. I
It's
can't.
like it's Diablo. It's like a Diablo level MMO. It's not even.
Yeah,
really an
I
MMO.
mean, those people.
I mean,
that
I haven't
like,
gotten to the end game stuff though, so I don't know. Supposedly that's awesome. My friends are
Yeah.
waiting for me, but they're not really waiting for me. Keith is long gone, and my buddy here I play with in Dallas is pretty much.
What, he leveled up? He
Long
leveled past you or something?
Oh yeah, I mean they play all day.
Well, I see. Not that if Keith's boss is here, I don't want to have anything. But like, I'll see it. Like, I'll pop ups like, it just pops up. Keith, mid-round function is playing Lost Ark. Oh, I think that's all you do. Just like, which good for
Job.
him.
I have a question for Scott.
Yes.
When does the
Wait,
Ben
wait, wait,
Franklin one
wait,
man
wait,
show
wait, wait,
open?
wait. Time out.
You ruined my line, Lance. You stepped
No,
all over it.
I thought you were being serious. I thought you were going to say, "Well, I'm still waiting for my car." Yeah. It's just,
Oh, the car.
Yeah.
BGG Con in the fall, man. They got spring too. None of you guys are coming to spring, right?
I was going to come to spring, but you never sent the car.
Car never comes.
I should send you a car and see what happens.
The car shows up, and my fiance's like, "There's a car outside.
The car here
looking for
waiting
you."
to take you to Dallas.
he'd get in. Anthony would be like, "All right,
I'm
Yeah,
like, let me just,
let's do
just
this.
call the office and tell them I won't be in for a few
I'm
days.
not coming in.
yeah,
See the week, honey.
And he was never seen again.
yeah." Just, I'm sick. I won't be there for a while.
BG, we're gonna be at Gen Con too.
You
I
know,
don't think I'm gonna be at Gen Con. I
But
think
Lance, you stepped all over my joke.
What was the joke?
I apologize.
I-
Even Christian Strain won't join us because he's like, "Oh, like, nah, you're not talking about what I like, so I'm not going to go on." Whatever, Chris. We're gonna be doing Stump the Film Snob here very, very soon. We got enough people to play, so if you want to get in on the game, I'm waiting to see if Matthew shows up because he said he wanted to play.
Should.
But
I don't even know what that is.
So
Quiz show.
the premise, the
It's a game you're going to win.
Yeah, you'll win.
yeah, you'll probably win it, but it's a snobbery thing where it's like, and all the questions will be based around a certain theme, a certain subject. Last week we did board games, and like it was, and then the board game question was, the last name, give me a winner of Spiel in the last 20 years. And so then we start with one person and they have to guess, and they guess a game. And if they get it right, they get a point. And then the next person goes, and then if they get it right, they get a point. If you get it wrong, you're out. You can't answer. And then we cycle through everybody, and then we go back to the first person. And then if they get it wrong, they're out. Until eventually somebody, either you've named all of the items, or the people like get like
one
it's just
person
down
left.
basically one person left, and they get to keep going, and they can run up their score.
Gotcha.
Right?
They get to assert dominance.
Yes. So
Gotcha.
so Matthew's here. I
That won
think
me the
Christian-
game last week.
Yep, he was. Somebody was the board game snob last week.
Ooh.
Oh, I want to give a shout out to comic books. So yeah, this looks like a Dr. Seuss cover, but it isn't. Ice Cream Man.
That's Yertle the turtle.
So this is Ice Cream Man. So there's no other way to describe this. This is a like it is like a fantasy horror thing, but it's an anthology. So each story is its own kind of like Twilight Zone creepy story, but like there's the Ice Cream Man is like this central figure who's just not really so much a part of what's going on, but like is maybe a little bit of a driving force or a plot function, or the Ice Cream Man appears in it. I stumbled into this, so I didn't even see it. I saw this cover. I was like, weird Dr. Seuss book, and then I picked it up and I looked at it and I was like, wait a minute, what is this? There's like 7 volumes. I've only read 3 of them, but they're fantastic. If you are a fan of the old horror comics. Like, remember those old creepy and stuff like that, which were like there was no continuing story. It was just like 2 or 3 stories in the comic book that were all kind of like some sort of like horror or suspense story. Like, I really like those old comics. Remember the Crypt Keeper comics, things like that. This is good. This is really good. This is just volume 1. So I think this will run you $10 if you go to your local comic book shop and buy it, even cheaper if you go to Amazon. So well worth the read, and the art's good, and it's, you know, each story is done by a different writer and different art and stuff like that.
Lance, can you show a sample page inside?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just hopefully, you know. So I mean,
That's
it's just
cool.
like, yeah.
Okay.
Creepy kid bought some ice cream. I won't tell you much about the story. That's like that's the opening story. But yeah, well worth your time to read Ice Cream Man. But anyway, we got a ton of people here, so let's just go. Let's dive into the snobs. So as I said, tonight it's gonna be about movies.
Ooh. Oh.
Oh, so all the questions. Hold on, I gotta get a
Rosebud.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't be shouting out stuff, man. You're basically saying stuff here that
He's already dead.
Ah. What is this?
I like the jazzercise.
All right.
Is that Forrest?
Or just
Yeah.
getting
Who
his
else?
steps in.
With the mint
Higher
sherbet.
knees, Forrest. Higher knees.
Knees to your chest.
There you go.
That's a Tasty Minstrel Games repping right there.
Oh, that's
Classic. Collector's
That's
item.
classic.
Glutes.
Never to be seen again.
That hoodie, this is the best board game swag ever. Period.
I thought your best board game swag ever was the fact that we used to hook you up with Gen Con badges.
Yeah, that, but I can't wear that. That's not gonna, like, what am I gonna strap the
Sure you could.
I still remember the day that you were like, "Oh, I got to get this," and I was like, "Hold on, I'll see if I can get you a Gen Con exhibitor badge." Then I got one for you, and you're like, "This is the best ever. I can never go back."
It was.
Or is that the hoodie that has the fun hood?
Yeah, it's got the dragon on the
Oh,
back.
yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I love this thing.
All right, so this is the way. So in each category, this is weird. I got too many. I only have 6 questions. So, Chris, I apologize. You aren't going to get to go first. So it's just gonna have to
I
work
hate
out. But-
you.
So
Burn
it's
your
gonna
house
go. So it's gonna go. Barry, Forrest, Anthony, Scott, Chris, Matthew. Sorry, Barry. Wait a minute. No, I got enough. Hold on. Barry Bauer,
Pick a new category.
Anthony, Scott. Yeah, Chris, Matthew, Christian. All right. Yeah, there we go.
Am I in the same spot every time?
No, so like the very first one, Barry will go first, but it's going to go Barry, Bauer, Anthony, Scott, Chris, Matthew, Christian, and then it'll start over starting with Bauer. Then it'll go Bauer, Anthony, Scott.
Okay, but my point is, I'm always after Bauer.
You're going to be after Bauer in this case.
That's
'cause
what I just wanted to know.
And that's just because in my Hollywood squares on my screen, that's what it looks like to me.
That's
So-
fine. I just need to know who I go after.
All right.
Lance,
so here we go.
tell me if it's my question.
Yeah, so here's how this is going to work. I'm going to give you the category. I'm going to give you guys like 10, 15 seconds. And Barry, you're going to start us off. Okay.
Yeah.
So here we go. We're going to do, this is 20 answers. There are 20 answers. And the question is going to be, what are the 20 highest grossing movies of all time? Barry, give me a movie, please.
This is
Endgame.
just for inflation.
What do you say?
Just straight money, homie. Straight money. I'm not worried. I'm not going to do any. I'm not doing any math. It's just straight money. You know. So Barry, what was your answer?
Endgame.
Avengers Endgame. You are correct, sir. Forrest Bauer, give me a movie.
Avatar.
Avatar, number 1. Still number
one still?
Number
Yeah.
1 still.
Shit.
Anthony.
Titanic.
Titanic, number 4.
Mine.
Number 4,
God
Titanic. By the
damn
way,
it.
Endgame was number 2. Endgame. Oh
Number
no, sorry.
two.
Titanic is number 3. Titanic was number 3. Endgame was 2. So Scott,
You guys took all the easy ones.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Let's see here. I'm gonna go Infinity War.
Infinity War, number 5. Infinity
Alright.
War. We'll go with Mr. Cluey, loser of the 1998 NFC Championship game.
Jesus.
You ever go to movies, Christopher?
I do. It's just this is such a shitty category. I'm trying to work out how to phrase it. Star Wars. Star Wars.
You can give me a
7.
number or tell me what it is.
Episode 7.
Star Wars Episode 7. That would also be The Force Awakens. That, my friend, is number 4. You have got a point. Matthew Paquette.
Episode 8.
You're saying you're going Last Jedi.
Yeah.
And you are out.
Ooh.
2 of my answers got taken. See, it sucks going last.
All of my answers got taken.
Mr. Strain.
Episode 1.
Star Wars Episode 1. You say, let's take a look. And oh wait, I apologize.
Phantom Menace.
I apologize. Give me a second here. I Matthew, you were right actually. I apologize. Star Wars The Last Jedi was number 15. So
That's
I apologize.
Okay.
I didn't write down the number and I saw Last Jedi and you said the number. So I now backing up Star Wars, you're telling the Phantom Menace.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, you're wrong. So you're out still.
Flippantly. You're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong.
Surprisingly, the last person is out. Okay.
Okay, Barry, go for it.
How new is this list, Lance?
I wrote it down as of today.
No, I mean the stats for it. No, I don't think that would.
What was your
Whatever
guess,
the stats are today. You think there's movies out there still collecting ticket sales that we need to check
Yes.
on?
Well, no, one fairly new, but I don't know if it'll be up there of all time. Terminator 2.
Yes.
You are wrong and you are out.
Really?
Okay.
That's a good choice, though.
It was a good
Uh,
choice. I was going to suggest that.
All right,
I was
Forrest.
going to go with a newer one, but I don't know if it.
I thought Barry was going to take mine. Spider-Man, No Way
That-
Home.
Yeah. I
No
was
Way
gonna go-
Home is correct. That is number 6.
That's
6.
why I was asking how new.
Anthony, go ahead.
Frozen.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I apologize.
Frozen.
That is correct. Frozen is number 17, Anthony. Very good. Scott Alden.
Oh man,
Right?
Stick with superheroes, Scott.
I'm trying. Yeah. I'm gonna say Homecoming.
Spider-Man Homecoming?
Yeah.
Eh. Scott, you were out of the first one. All right, so then we move on to Christopher Cluey.
Someone should say Cats.
I loved it. I watched it. I liked it.
I'm going to see it.
It's better than
again.
Cats.
It's
Better
much
than
better than
Cats.
Cats. I want to see it again and again.
The Lord of the Rings, the last one that lasted forever.
Return of the King.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're saying, are you, so then I don't want to speak for you, but you're saying Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King?
Yes.
Give me a second.
Maybe.
The one with 7 alternate
On
endings.
page 2.
Yes.
You're out.
Harry Potter.
Matthew.
Oh.
Let's end that. Gross.
I'm not going to take the last one that was said by somebody because I was.
You should take it. There's 7.5 movies.
Yeah, you got yeah.
I'm
Three
going to
spin-offs.
say The Hobbit: Desolation of Smog.
You're out.
Yeah.
All right,
Terrible
back
movie.
up top, Forrest Bauer. You had a lot of time to think. It's down to you and Anthony. Go ahead.
Harry Potter 7 Part 2.
That is correct. That is the number 14. Deathly Hallows Part 2, number 14.
Okay,
It's a
so
high road.
Take that
Serves
low
you right.
fruit. It's the sweetest.
I'm between two. I'm gonna go with The Dark Knight.
Oh, that was the other one I was thinking of. Damn it.
You're saying Batman, Christopher Nolan, The Dark Knight.
Correct.
The Heath Ledger one.
The one where he basically watched a clip of what's his face and copied it.
Tom Waits.
Yeah, Tom Waits. But you were wrong, Anthony. You were out.
What?
You're out.
That was for sure.
Yeah.
All right, back Forrest. You have control of the table, Forrest. Give me another one.
My other choice was probably up there.
I'm trying to think what the last big tent poles were before. There's got to be something with The Rock, I'd imagine, in the top 20.
The Smurfs.
We'll go with Bombay, Black Panther.
Black Panther, number 13.
good
Well
choice.
done, Forrest. Next.
There you go.
Yeah, Chris, you're up. No, Chris is out.
No, I'm out.
That's
Force
up.
on his own.
I'm out.
No, Forrest is all by himself now.
Oh, is he?
He had the lead.
Oh, this was one of the top ones. It was one of my favorite of all time. Inception. I think that's still in the top 20 poking around.
You're out.
Yeah.
All right,
Lance.
What?
My other guess was going to be The Lion King.
I was going to say that too.
Lion King.
Yeah.
But Lion King is correct. Yes, Lion King is number 8.
The original
Lance,
one,
is
right?
one of the
Yeah.
Fast and Furious in there?
Well, let's just go through the list here. Well, I'll tell you what we're doing. We had Avatar, Endgame, Titanic, Star Wars 7, Infinity War, No Way Home, Jurassic World, The Lion King, The Avengers, Assemble, Furious 7, Frozen 2, Age of Ultron, Black Panther, Deathly Hallows Part 2, Last Jedi, Jurassic World, Fallen Kingdom, the first Frozen, Incredibles 2, and the Fate of the Furious. So there we go.
Yeah, so I want
What
to
a
see those
bunch of
adjusted
shitty
for
movies.
inflation.
Yeah,
Gone
really,
with the Wind
man.
should be in
All right, so
there.
moving on. Here we go.
It's
We're
not
gonna move
great.
on.
It's just gross.
So that's going to be box office gross,
yeah,
right?
it's box office.
Yeah, I
I think
worldwide.
that's extra impressive that Titanic is still on the list, even though that wasn't for inflation.
It'll be
Right.
gone soon, I'm sure.
Well, how about Avatar?
The next
No,
15
number-
avatars are
Avatar
coming
number
out.
one. Isn't Avatar number one?
Yeah, still.
They haven't
Yes,
released
Avatar
another.
is still.
Lance is like, that's a terrible movie.
Avatar is a horror.
Fern
movie.
Gully.
It is.
It really isn't a good movie.
It's
Okay.
It really
Avatar's
isn't
awesome.
a good movie.
Avatar
It
is
is-
awesome.
Disney's committed. You got 5 more of them coming, so get ready for Fern Gully.
I'm ready.
2,
I want it
3,
already.
and 6.
I thought they looked so good.
Remember when 3
Yeah,
so
I want to
expensive.
see what they did with the technology since then. I can't imagine. Well, yeah, I can. I seen some of Disney shit, actually.
All right.
I don't think Avatar has been reached technologically by anybody else.
Doesn't mean it's good.
What's a better looking CGI generated movie than Avatar?
District 9.
Oh, District 9's so good. God, I want
Is it-
District 9.
I mean,
Because
Jar
it's-
Jar Binks.
I'll give it. It's in the ballpark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The original Clash of the Titans.
There's just the technology.
definitely that one.
Avatar.
Definitely the claymation one.
Claymation.
Absolutely. Why?
All right, Forrest either
All right.
turn his camera off or stop moving around. Getting seasick.
He's getting nauseous.
Not from him moving, but from just the shot of his genitalia on the screen.
Much better.
Let's-
All right. So give me a second because I actually for whatever because I'm dumb I only did 19 for the next one, so I need to look up the
I'll tell you the
one
answer,
here.
Lance.
We're not going to get that far.
Yeah.
All right. Well, no, I don't want somebody to say it out loud and then it's not on the list, right? So here we go. All right. So here we go. So we're going to start with Forrest. Forrest, who's in the lead with 4 points. Starting with Forrest, be the movie snob. Forrest. This question is going to be: who won the Academy Award for Best Picture? This is the last 20 winners. Notice there is not a 2021 winner yet. So this is just 2020 back to the year 2000.
Oh my God. I don't
And you can give an answer and then say, "Oh no, it's actually this movie."
Yeah.
So no, I get it. I got what you're saying. I got it.
That's
I
gonna
got
be
it.
my answer.
Yeah, I got it. Okay. Anyway, so
All right, it was best picture.
so we're gonna. So I've given you enough time to stall, Forrest. I need in the last 20 years a movie that won Best Picture from the Academy Awards, which is the Academy Awards. I found out. Sorry, the Academy Awards when they began, it was started by the film studios, and they purposely gave awards to movies they thought should have made more money to get people to go and watch those movies. And so like it was all just a big scam. Anyways, so there you go. So anyway, best picture last 20 years.
Only one I remember. Big controversy. I thought it was pretty good. Was it Traffic?
So you're saying Traffic. So
Yeah.
that's an you're out because Traffic
You're
is
out.
not one of the winners in the last 20 years. Traffic is not the winner. Okay, so we're moving on. Anthony, give me a best Academy Award winner from the last 20 years.
12 Years a Slave.
12 Years a Slave. Yes, that is on there. There you go.
I'm trying to think of whether to go for the more obvious ones, so to block other people, or just go with the
No,
ones
you
I
gotta take
think
the
of.
obvious ones away.
All right, Scott Alden.
Parasite.
Parasite, 2020
I
winner.
mean, La La
Excellent.
Land. Oh wait, no, it's Parasite.
Yeah.
That ain't right.
All right, Christopher Cluey.
Green Book.
Green Book, yes, from 2019. Well
Good
done,
movie.
Chris. Matthew.
Life is Beautiful.
Life is Beautiful. So I believe that did win, but unfortunately, it is.
Is it out of the
not
20?
in the last 20 years?
Is it more than
So,
20 years old?
You are out, my
Jesus.
friend. So, Christian.
It was clearly Star Wars episodes. I'm just kidding. The ones I could think of have already been mentioned, so I'm out.
Well, come on, you gotta give me a guess at least.
Star Wars Episode 7.
Yes, that was actually numbers 8. It was so good. It
Right.
won 17 years in a row, even before the movie came out. No, you're out. Thanks. We have a lovely copy of the home game for you. Barry.
1999. Son of a.
Yeah, I was thinking that one too, man. I had to do the math. Is it Chicago? Was that the name of it?
It is a
Is
movie.
that your answer?
Yes.
That is correct. Chicago is a Best Picture winner. I believe it was 2003 when it
Richard
won.
Gere and was it Catherine Zeta-Jones, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Renee
All right,
Zellweger,
Bauer
Catherine
is out. So
Zeta-Jones,
move on to Anthony.
John C. Riley.
The Shape of Water.
Shape of Water from 3 years ago. That is correct. Anthony. you
Oh,
are
I
tied
know
with
one.
Forrest.
Damn it.
Scott Alden.
King's Speech.
The King's Speech. I believe that was from 2009. Scott, well done. Christopher Cluey. Loser of the 1998 NFC Championship.
Something by Quentin Tarantino.
Mm.
I'm gonna need an actual name of a movie, please.
Damn it. I don't know. This would be a category for my wife, not for me.
Gonna take a stab. Gonna throw something out there.
No, I'm out.
All right. Christopher Cluey is now out, so we go back up top to Barry. Still in
Oh,
it.
shit, all right, up to me.
I'm trying to think what years ago things came out. I was like,
Yeah, it's
Oh, didn't we have something similar to this last week we talked about?
I'm gonna need a guess from you in about
Yeah.
5 seconds there, Barry.
Inglorious Bastards.
That it was a decent movie, but not a winner of Best Picture.
Best
So,
supporting actor.
Was that really-
Anthony, it's down to you and Scott. Anthony, can I get a Best Picture?
No Country for Old Men.
That's exactly.
No
what I
Country
was
for Old Men is correct. You're up to 5 points. And you've taken the lead.
Well
I
done.
love No Country for Old Men. Great movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a very
Scott.
good movie.
Mr. Alden, you love movies.
I do. I don't know how old it is. I feel like it's probably too old. What's the cutoff? 99?
It is the last 2000. So 2000 through 2020.
I think it's old. Moonlight.
Moonlight was only from 4 years ago and is a Best Picture winner. So there you go.
Oh,
Back
yeah,
up
the
to
reporter
Anthony.
one. Yeah.
The Departed.
Whoa.
The Departed,
You
yes. From
magnificent
14 years
bastard.
ago, Departed. Back to you, Scott. King Kong and Godzilla going head to head here, trading body blows.
Once Upon a Time in what is it? Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Is that your
No.
guess?
Once Upon a Time in I thought it was Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
You're out. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
I knew
that one
Anthony,
did win,
you can run the
Scott.
table.
Argo.
Argo
Yeah.
from 8 years ago, correct.
Ben Affleck.
Now my ears are getting fuzzy. Beautiful Mind.
Oh, so
A
good.
Beautiful Mind from 19 years ago, correct.
Oh my
Oh,
God,
yeah.
really?
Was it? I thought that was.
Yeah,
ahead
so the
of
one I'm
time.
guessing is older for sure.
Yeah.
All right, this is gonna be a funny answer, but I think it actually is correct. The last Lord of the Rings movie is the one that was really long.
Return of the King is correct. That was from 17 years ago.
70. Come on, Eddie.
Hurt Locker.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Hurt Locker is correct from 11 years ago. Up to
Ooh.
10 points.
Stop it. Oh,
10
my.
points.
All right, I got a couple more that I don't know about the years, so I'm gonna just take guesses. Crash.
Crash,
Okay.
correct. From 15
wow.
years ago. That's what you were thinking of,
That
I
was the
believe. Between
controversial one.
Yep.
Yep, that was the not Traffic. Crash was the controversial one.
Ah,
Sandra Bullock.
Sandra Bullock is in there?
Got 5
Yeah.
seconds, Anthony.
I don't think
Gladiator.
Gladiator, 20 years ago, 2000.
Oh my God.
Really? Was it? Oh, man. I thought it was 99.
Jesus.
How many are left?
There's a fair number.
Wait, how many are left? How many possible guesses are there left?
I'm gonna. Well, don't worry about it. You just got to give me a thing. So there's
Right.
still ones that nobody has said. So
Nobody said
5
Birdman,
seconds.
right?
oh, perfect.
don't say anything. Just
Nah,
I'm
nobody
guessing.
said
Just
Birdman.
guess.
And no one said last year's winner, which was Nomadland.
2.
Nomadland.
Are you gonna pick?
I'm talking.
Okay, that's your pick. I need a guess from you.
That's two.
I just gave you 2 different movies.
You have to give me a guess. You can't just rattle off a bunch of movie names. You have to say this is my guess and guess a movie.
Nomadland.
You're out. You're done.
That didn't win. What won? Not sure.
So here we go. This is starting
What won in
from
2021?
21 didn't count.
$1
He said
million
that.
baby. I bet that's on.
yeah.
there.
I said we're not doing 2021. So
Oh,
I said
well, you said 20 years back till 2000.
from 2020. I apologize. From 2020 back to
Okay, so then my guess before that should count. That you,
Which is
that you
what?
said what? What did I say before that?
There
You
was
tell me.
It could be
remember.
wrong too.
You said Birdman.
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 All right, I'm going to give
Michael
you
Keaton.
Birdman, but then I'm going to shut this one down. Here, this is the list from 2020 back to 2000. Parasite, Green Book, Shape of Water, Moonlight, Spotlight, Birdman, 12 Years a Slave, Argo, The Artist, The King's Speech, The Hurt Locker, Slumdog Millionaire,
Hmm.
No Country for Old Men, The Departed, Crash, $1 Million Baby, Return of the King, Chicago, A Beautiful Mind, Gladiator.
Yeah, mine was the one I was thinking was out.
We got
Yeah.
almost all of
English
those.
Patient.
You did
Yeah.
almost get all those between all of you.
That's
So there
kind
you
of
go.
depressing.
And I heard of most of them.
Yeah. All right, so
I've seen
Anthony
2
took
of
a
them.
commanding lead, and Anthony's going to lead us off with this one. Anthony's going to lead us off with this next category. So,
I'm gonna be out in the first. I'm gonna be out in the first one.
So there are lots of Oscar winners, right?
Okay.
But there's also the Razzies. The last 20 movies to win the Razzie for worst picture of the year.
Oh my
Who's
God.
that?
Are you kidding me?
Who cares about
I've got one.
I think
Anthony,
I
go
only
ahead.
have one.
Anthony, go ahead.
I don't even watch good movies, never mind bad movies. The last 20. So this 2021 does not count?
That is correct.
so toast.
I did that because not a lot of movies were released in 2021 because of COVID. That's why I didn't use.
Isn't that
Fuck.
from 80?
Really?
Catwoman is on the list. Yes, Catwoman is on the
That's
list.
the only one
from
I knew,
four-
Scott. Thanks.
From 4 years ago. Scott Alden, Razzie for the worst picture of the year. In the
Twilight.
last 20. I'm going to need you to be more specific.
So we can name all four of them.
You guys were the first one. If people are getting away with the third Return of the King movie, I should be able to get rid of the first Twilight.
First, okay, you're going to say first Twilight?
Yeah.
You're out. All right. Christopher Cluey.
Garbage category.
The last Twilight.
I was going to say that.
The last, you mean Twilight Saga Breaking Dawn, number 2?
Don't give a.
That would be absolutely correct. Chris, it
Bullshit.
won worst picture 15 years ago.
I like all the
Matthew.
Twilights, personally.
Oh, what the hell's that? The guy's name? James Franco movie. The guy he played that really weird guy.
Oh.
Descriptions of movies do not count.
The something. Oh, fuck.
The Room, right?
Is it The Room?
No, The Room's way.
That's way older than
before.
20 years, I think. But
No, it's not
yeah,
that
I
one.
think
No,
that's the movie
he
you're thinking of.
No, he did a remake.
I
He's
think he got
Franco
nominated
did a
for that
remake.
movie.
I'll say one thing. There is actually one extra one from the last 20 years because there was 1 year that two films won it. They tied.
Oh, okay.
for worst picture.
I got that one.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck, I don't even know.
5 seconds.
Pass. Out.
Just give me a guess of the worst movie you can think of.
Say the one you said, man. I think you're right. I think that's the name of the movie.
The Room.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a horrible movie, but did not win a Razzie, so you are out. Christian.
Avatar: Last Airbender.
Avatar: Last Airbender, however, did win a Razzie 10 years ago
Nice.
for being
Ooh.
Christian. You are on the board. You have
Final.
not been skunked. All right, Barry, give me a Razzie winner from the last 20 years, 2020 to 2000.
What was that? Ben Affleck. Gigi.
I'll take Geely or Geely. Yes,
Geely.
yes, that is absolutely, and that is
Well
from
done,
like
Barry.
17 years
I can't
ago,
believe
but
you
it
pulled that out,
absolutely did win the Razzie for worst.
I have
picture
at
of the
least
year.
one answer I know it's gonna be. It has to be correct. If it's not, I quit.
Forrest, go ahead and give me one of the worst movies ever.
I'm going to go with From Justin to Kelly.
Say that again.
What?
Kelly, it was the 2 American Idol star winners.
It's a great
Sadly,
choice.
that might have been a horrible movie, but it is
Think
not
that's out of
considered
time
to be one of
frame.
the worst movies of all time. So you are out.
All right, you ready for Matt to kick himself?
Anthony? Go.
Cats.
Cats did win. It is
I
the
thought that
most
was last
recent.
year, though. That's why
Yeah.
I didn't say it.
It is the most recent. That's the one. I think they're a year behind, but yes, they did give you
2020?
that. So there you go. Christopher Cluey.
I'm gonna go with Nicolas Cage, The Wicker Man.
Oh, that was a good one.
Bad one.
All
That
about
is a
the
horrible.
bees.
That is a horrible movie. However, it is not. Did not.
Oh, damn it!
Christian.
I'm gonna try another Nicolas Cage. Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider, also a horrible movie, but unfortunately did not win the Razzie. So we're back to it. Is just Barry and Anthony in it right now. Barry, go ahead.
I'll stick with the Bennifer thing. Jersey Girl.
Jersey Girl, also a horrible movie, but sadly, no.
You pushed it repeatedly.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I think I have at least one more.
Oh.
The worst movie I've ever seen in my life, even worse than Catwoman. The Love Guru.
The Love Guru did win Worst Picture of the Year.
I forgot about that movie. Yeah.
Mike
Jen just
Myers got
watched
a
it.
new one coming out where he plays 8 different roles coming to Netflix.
Does he?
Television show, yeah.
I'm totally gonna watch that.
All right. So now the thinking begins. I know it's not one of the Lord of the Rings movies, but it's got to be something in like that where they made too many sequels. Oh, I got one. The last Fantastic Four movie.
Ooh.
I gotta make sure because yeah, I'll give you that one. Fantastic Four. Yep. That is the one that tied with another movie, by the way.
Oh, it
the same
did?
year. It did.
Oh.
I have no idea. All right. Now to think of really bad movies.
5 seconds.
One of those Transformers movies has to be in there somewhere.
I cannot accept one of those Transformers. movies.
Revenge of the Fallen.
That is also one of the worst pictures of the year.
Right,
9 years ago.
All right, and then I'm gonna guess a remake is in there. What remake do I want to put? Do I want to put the
5 seconds.
Total Recall?
4.
All right, I'm throwing this out there. Basic Instinct 2.
Oh,
Also on the worst.
Get out of here!
That's not,
I didn't even know
what
there
year
was
did
a
that come out?
Basic
What year is
Instinct
that?
2.
Basic Instinct 2 is from 14 years ago, 15 years ago.
All right. Oh, I know this is what you call it. One of the Adam Sandler movies is on the list.
oh,
I know which
4,
one it is.
3.
Jack and Jill.
Jack and Jill is also one of on the worst movies list. Are you
Go get
Googling
yourself.
this?
Go get yourself an Al Pacino. La La Land. I don't know.
That's a good movie.
And we're out. So there
Okay.
we go. So Anthony takes a commanding lead here. But here we go. It goes. This is starting like working our way back. Cats, Holmes and Watson, the Emoji Movie, Hillary's America, Fantastic Four / 50 Shades of Grey. When they tied. Saving Christmas, Movie 43, Twilight Saga, Breaking Dawn 2, Jack and Jill, The Last Airbender, Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen, The Love Guru, I Know Who Killed Me, Basic Instinct 2, Dirty Love, Catwoman, Jiggly, Swept Away, Freddy Got Fingered,
oh, yeah.
Freddy got
And-
fingered.
Tom Green.
and Battlefield Earth.
On the backwards.
Oh, that
yeah,
had to be one of them.
yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was way more older. That
Yeah, I
movie.
did too. For
I
some
love
reason.
Freddy
I
Got
thought that was a
Fingered.
90s.
What was wrong with Holmes and Watson?
Holmes and Watson was
Uh,
fucking terrible. I was so mad. That was the John C. Riley, Will Ferrell one.
Oh,
Like, me and my friends, we were gonna go
Comedy?
see it. It was so unfunny. Like it was
yeah,
just
it was bad.
like, how is this bad with this pedigree? Like, how does this happen?
I don't like John C. Riley. I think he brings Will Ferrell down.
Mm.
They did the Step Brothers. They were good there, and then everything else just fell down.
Well, the problem with John C. Riley is that like there's a certain type of character that John C. Riley will play. And
He
it's just
plays
he's
one
more
role?
annoying. No. I've seen him in like lots of different things, and there's some things that he's in, and you're just like, he's really, really good. Like if you go and you look at look at like the Showtime thing with about the LA Lakers, and then where he's playing Jerry Buss. He's really good in that role.
No, you know what movie he's really good in? Have you seen the one with where he plays Oliver Hardy?
Yes,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
really good there too.
yeah.
And
So,
he's really
but
good
the
in What's
thing is
Eating
that-
Gilbert Grape.
Walk hard.
Yeah, when he's with Will Ferrell, it's like sometimes he gets forced to be something that just is annoying more than funny. And it's just
Yeah.
kind of like, I don't know, he tries to match the Will Ferrell's manicness, or that's what they ask him to do. It just doesn't work. But anyway. Yeah, and he was really good in Boogie Nights as well. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just anyway. So here we'll
He
So here
crushed
we
it.
go. This is going back to awards because we did an awards. Let's go with this is going to be the like just the most Oscars won. And this is only going to be the top 15. And this is like from every year. They don't have to win best picture. They don't, it could be best cinematography. It could be, you know, best score, best whatever. This is not nominations. This is the number that they won. And this is the entire history of
But
the
this
Oscars.
is an actual movie or like a person.
The actual movie, the name of the movie, the one
Okay.
like, and this is going to be the 15 movies that won the most Oscars. And so, and I believe it is Scott's turn to start. Scott,
La La
you're
Land.
you're tied for second place right now with Forrest.
La La Land.
So you are, so just hold on. We're gonna
Stop
go.
rushing him, Scott. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
I've got to get my pen
Man,
ready here.
He's got to get his pen ready.
So what? why are you making fun of me?
I don't know.
Why
This is the same rules last 2020.
This is over the entire
Oh, this one's the entire.
the entire thing.
All
like
of it.
the
Oh,
you know, from the
Jesus.
moment they started to the moment that it won. So I mean, and so like I will say like the top ones here. I'll give you this little hint here. So
no,
like
no hints.
no,
No
hints.
hints.
No hints. No hints.
No
Go.
hints.
No hints, damn it.
Jeez, you guys are vicious. I was
They're
just giving
gamers.
you-
What the fuck did you expect?
Well, I just wanted to I wanted to possibly like just say, this is one of those things where it's
Nope.
like,
Nope.
give you a frame of reference to
Nope.
like how many would have
Beardy
to be.
man,
This is-
speak
leave
the
it alone.
question words.
All
All
I'm
right.
changing them.
So
Ready?
so it's just so I mean, and so there's a lot of things have won several, but a lot of it's like this is a lot of so anyway, go ahead. Gone with the Wind. Yes, Gone with the Wind
Well
is
done.
on the list, Scott. Well done.
I thought you said
Christopher Cluey in one of the 15
Avatar.
movies that what?
Avatar.
oh yeah.
Avatar, you are wrong.
What?
Nominated for a
Wrong,
lot.
sir.
Didn't win
But,
any actor awards though. Yeah.
Yeah. So unfortunately you were out, sir. Thank you for playing. Matthew, go ahead.
Silence of the Lambs.
Silence of the Lambs, while it did win, it did sweep the most important categories. Unfortunately, it didn't win anything besides that. So you are out, sir, because you got to think of like technicals and scores.
But you
all
do,
those
I
things.
know.
Yeah, you do. So Christian, go.
Forrest Gump.
Damn you.
Forrest Gump. I don't want to say damn you because he's now out. So so if you were holding on to that one, that was not going to get you a win.
You're welcome.
Barry,
The Godfather.
you're going to guess The Godfather, and you would be guessing incorrectly,
Yeah.
sir. So now you are out as well. I knew this was going to be. I knew this one was going to be tough. So this might be a Anthony run away with it category.
You
Bauer.
think?
Like every other one.
Forrest.
I'm gonna go with Sin City.
What?
I like your choice.
Down the right knee.
and now you are out. Thank you for playing.
You're talking about the
I admire the
comic
gumption.
book movie?
By the gumption.
Yeah, it had all the crazy graphics and it was
All right,
very-
Anthony. Let's move on.
All right. I know this one. They just watched a special on it. West Side Story.
Yeah.
West Side Story is on the thing. Yes, it is on there. Mr. Scott Alden.
Titanic.
Oh yeah.
Titanic definitely is on the list. Go back up to Anthony.
The Lord of the Rings movie, the last one that was really long.
Yes, you are correct. That is on there. Had 11. 111. Scott, go ahead. And mind you, I assumed you meant the earlier West Side Story, not the
Yes,
Steven
the
Spielberg
original
one
one.
that was bad.
Oh,
So-
Yes. Sorry. But that was
Wizard of
evident.
Oz.
What'd you say, Scott?
Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of Oz, you are out, sir.
Yeah, that bomb, Scott.
Anthony, go ahead and give me
I'm
another
trying
one.
to think of like all-time classics.
as Anthony Googles up the answers here.
I thought that
Yeah,
one the first.
my
two,
hands are
Scott,
right
and I
here.
thought about it. Right here.
Oh yeah, your
Ah.
fiance is like giving you flashcards.
I got to think
But
of an older movie because that's when they used to give lots of the same thing.
Yeah, 5,
Ben-Hur.
4.
Oh,
Ben-Hur is definitely on there.
mm.
What's that other one?
5,
Come on, Andy.
4.
Same theme.
I'm like throwing out The English Patient.
The English
so.
Patient, that is on there.
Get out of here.
Ah,
That was the movie I was thinking of for the.
And then because I remember that year that they got everything, Slumdog Millionaire won a whole bunch. I know that.
Slumdog Millionaire is most definitely on the list. Yes.
And at that
I was
point,
gonna
oh,
say
Jurassic Park.
Jurassic Park, you're wrong.
Okay.
You're out. So just quickly going down, Return of the King, Titanic, Ben-Hur, West Side Story, English Patient, Last Emperor, Gigi, Slumdog Millionaire, Amadeus, Gandhi, Cabaret, My Fair Lady, On the Waterfront, From Here to Eternity, and Gone with the Wind. So there you go.
Yeah, a lot of the old movies just like sweep.
yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I would like to just say yes, Anthony will probably win, but really, the championship's going to go to the person who takes second because it's like taking in second. So okay, here we go. This is the 5th category. We're doing 6. We're doing 6. I normally would, but I decided making the category. I'm glad I did with the number of people we have. Christopher Cluey, you will be going first.
Oh, good.
So here you go. So Christopher Cluey, are you familiar with a certain website called the Internet Movie Database?
IMDb.com.
The Internet Movie Database.com. Are you familiar with
IMDb.com?
Internet Movie Database.com?
I have browsed it once or twice. I can't say I'm familiar with it.
Some would say that they copied Board Game Geek to make their thing. So I hope they're paying you residuals, Scott.
Isn't Scott worth like $70 million based on his
Yeah,
website?
he is. I haven't checked.
Took a
it
pay
lately,
cut.
but
Took a pay cut.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Times are hard.
So
When did IMDb come online?
I don't know. I mean it's got to be right around the same year as you.
It started off as a costume database.
Oh no, dude, they were on
Just like you started off as a costume database.
They were around
too,
since
or-
1990. That's old school.
So you
That's
copied
old.
them. Okay.
He copied them.
I never heard of it. I had never heard of it before BGG.
Well, yeah, you say that
Who
you-
knew IMDb
that
before
story.
2000?
Yeah, nobody.
Nobody.
Oh,
Who
I'm
knew
not
anything
my,
about
my
the
mother's
internet
my
before
mother's
2000?
listening and she's texting me that she's been texting me answers as we go through and she's saying you're right, better than you fools. So way to go, Mom. Good job.
Why don't you come on here and put your money where your mouth is?
Yeah, Amazon
come
bought
on
them.
in, woman.
I'm gonna call her out by her first name, even though I know what it is.
I couldn't remember
Luana,
either.
which means my mother's name is Luana, which means it's Hawaiian for like peaceful sea or something like that. It's the Hawaiian word for like a peaceful ocean or a peaceful sea. I always thought that was kind of cool. And I always wondered, how is it possible that, I love my mom's parents, my grandma and grandpa. They were two amazing, wonderful human beings, and I love them to death, and I miss them every day. But I'm like, how did these two, like, uptight 19, I won't share a birth age, but I mean, how did they during that era, come up with that name? It just doesn't. It's so weird. I want to know.
Maybe they
how
went
that
to
happened.
Maybe and had a good time.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe
Liz,
it's
I
some
hate
movie
to
or
bust your
something.
bubble, but God forbid when your mother does pass on, you're going to hear some stories. And they're not going to match up in your head. Okay.
All right, so here we go. So this is Christopher
This
Cluey.
got awkward. Give us
So
the category,
internet,
Lance.
the Internet Movie Database allows, get this, they allow any rum-dum who makes an account put in a rating for a movie. And they allow these people to pick what are the best movies of all time. Something like Board Game Geek. They allow any rum-dum to make an account.
Yeah,
And
any reason.
Any reason whatsoever.
Any reason any day of the week.
I don't like to brag,
Yeah.
but I'm on IMDb. What's up?
Yeah, what's
What?
up? You and 7 other people. But anyway, so here you go. This is, and nobody go to imdb.com. This is, according to the idiots that frequent the schlubs that frequent imdb.com, and this is the top 20 movies of all time, not according to anything but the 20 schmucks, or the millions of schmucks that have decided to rate these movies haphazardly and then filter through whatever cockamamie algorithm the imdb.com uses.
They use the same algorithm as BGG, by the way.
Really?
That's where I got our-
Because you copied theirs, or they copied yours?
Oh, I copied them.
What's the algorithm then?
It's the Bayesian average.
I don't even know what that means.
A, B, B, up, left, right, down.
Oh, that makes sense.
Start.
Peasant start.
Yes. Yeah. All right.
The Bayesian average just adds dummy votes.
All right. Paul Taylor. It's Hawaiian for how on earth did I end up in Minnesota? My mother lives in North Dakota, so back off.
Even worse than Minnesota.
Yeah. All right. So here we go. Christopher Cluey. We've sashayed around the answers long enough. So I'm going to go ahead and need you to give me some rum-dum's idea of what is one of the top 20 movies of all time.
What does the rabble think is one of the top 20 movies?
I don't think that's the name of a movie.
If you were here last week, you would probably have a good clue because Rolling Stone or whatever that list was pretty similar.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go with the first Transformers movie.
Is one of the top movies of all time.
According to idiots, yes.
Well, you are now out. So thank you for playing.
I'm okay with that.
Matthew, go ahead.
Dirty Dancing.
Are you serious? You are now out. You are now out. I'm trying to get you. I'm going to back up. I'm going to back up. No, time out. I may have soured the wine with my
You did.
Totally. So I'm just going to say this: the IMDb list is actually a very good list. It is people that actually care. So I'm going to back up, and because I soured the wine with my comments, I was being sarcastic, and you guys took me seriously. Christopher Cluey, I'm going to start over, and I'm going to let you pick. These are actually because I pushed answers in a direction they shouldn't have picked.
If I were Anthony, I'd be pissed right now.
I'm fine.
Yeah. So
what if they come back?
He's already winning by 20 points.
So these are like honestly people. They do good ratings. It's like the people that are going in there being rum-dums. It's just like Board Game Geek. Yes, there's gonna be people that are gonna.
Yeah, the movies are actually good. The
movies are good.
On that list.
So we have to be serious.
Well, you don't have to be, but I'd like you to play to your best.
Okay.
I mean, did you were you serious when you tried to kick the football in the NFL?
It's
when you lost the 1998 NFC Championship game.
Well, Lance, but if you went by Anthony rules, he actually wins. That game.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because he came in second.
Yeah.
Lance, there's a difference between kicking the football because you understand it's serious, and there's a Yahoo out from the stands during fall practice who wants to catch a punt, and you're going to make his life miserable. Those are two very different.
Just like you made every Minnesota Viking fan miserable, the 1998 NFC Championship game
with my perfect punting.
Yes.
Right. Rosebud.
So, what's your guess, sir?
Rosebud, Citizen Kane.
Citizen Kane is not on the top 20, so you are still out.
And this list is, I'm done.
It's garbage.
It's garbage.
Matthew.
This list is bullshit. I'm getting a drink.
I need
All the President's Men.
That is a great guess because I love that movie, but it is not considered one of the top 20 movies by the people at imdb.com. You are out. Christian.
Godfather 2.
Godfather Part 2 is ranked. That would be number 4 The number 4 best movie ever is Godfather Part 2. So well done, Christopher. Barry.
Raiders. Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Great movie, but not in the top 20. You're out, Barry. Force Bauer.
The Heath Ledger Batman movie.
Are you
Dark
really
Knight.
that? Yeah, Dark Knight is on the list, but I can't believe you can't just remember the name of a movie. Anyway, go ahead, Anthony Ricano.
Oh, this is stupid. Because if Godfather Part 2 is the number 4 movie, I'm gonna go with Star Wars: A New Hope.
So you're going to say Star Wars number 4. That's what
Yes.
you're saying. You would be out, Anthony Ricano.
Okay.
You are now out. The king has fallen, everybody. This is your chance. This is your chance. Scott Alden.
Shawshank Redemption #1.
Shawshank Redemption
Shawshank?
number 1. Yes, it is. It has been the number 1 movie on IMDb for forever.
Since it came out.
Basically, yes.
Really?
Chris Louis is out, so we move on to Matthew's out as well.
I'm
So
out.
we go to Christian.
Godfather 1.
Godfather 1 is the number 2 movie of all
Can't believe
time,
that went all the way around.
according to the fine people. Forrest, give me a movie.
Interstellar. No. What the hell is the name? It's the Christopher Nolan one that's amazing. Not Interstellar. That's the one with Matthew McConaughey. I'm thinking of the other one with Leonardo.
Inception.
Inception. That one.
Inception, yes, is on the list after we finally find our way to get that.
Finally found it.
That is the number 13 movie of all time. Anthony, you're still out. Scott, go ahead.
I know nothing now. Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction is considered to be the number 8 best movie of all
Right.
time. Well done. Moving on to Christian.
Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump considered to be the 11th best movie of all time.
God, what a low bar.
I thought you were going with Godfather 3 there for a
Forrest
second. Christian.
Bauer.
Endgame.
You're saying Avengers Endgame is one of the top 20 movies of all time?
Yep.
You would be wrong.
Should
So
be.
you are out. So we have just Scott and Christian still in. Scott, give me another one.
Titanic.
What did you say? Damn it! Or
Titanic.
Titanic. Sorry, I was like, I didn't understand you. Titanic crashed and sunk and killed a bunch of people, and you were wrong as well. So it has sunk you as well.
Oh.
Too soon.
Garbage list.
Garbage list.
Garbage list.
Just like the BGG top 10. Anyway, Christian, you can run the table now. You can score as many points as you want.
I
100
would
movies.
do this a few times. Usual Suspects.
The Usual Suspects, great movie, but unfortunately also not on the
So-
list.
Is that we done
Almost-
now?
I almost said
Yeah.
The Matrix was the
I want to
Matrix.
hear the 20.
So is
If
Empire
you
Strikes
said
Back
the Matrix,
on
you would
there
have
at least?
got another point.
Or Empire Strikes Back on there at least?
So here we go. I'll just do
Probably.
this. So we go Shawshank Redemption, The Godfather, The Dark Knight, Godfather Part 2. One of my all-time favorite movies, 12 Angry Men.
Green Men. I didn't think would make that list
Jack
based on
Nicholson,
the other stuff.
Jack Lemmon version.
No, like the original.
Henry
Jack
Fonda
Lemmon.
version.
The Jack Lemmon version is also very good. I mean, like there's a lot.
Is that not the original?
No, the original's Henry Fonda.
Henry
Oh, is it
Fonda?
really?
The Henry Fonda one
Really?
is absolutely riveting.
I don't think I've ever seen the original then.
I watch that
I need to watch the Jack
probably.
Lemmon one
I watch
version.
it once a month at least.
What?
It's just
Come on.
12 Angry Men.
Once a month?
Yeah,
That would
it
have
is
been,
like
that
it is a
would've been
movie
my,
that I can put on in the background, and I know every single scene. And I can get my work done.
that would have been my second guess.
Schindler's List,
I forgot about that.
Return of the King, Pulp Fiction, Fellowship of the Ring, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Forrest Gump, Fight Club, Inception, Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, Empire Strikes Back, Matrix, Goodfellas, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Seven, and Seven Samurai. That is
That's ridiculous, that list.
That's
It
a better
is.
list.
It's a
than the
dumb
Oscars.
list, and you should feel bad.
That's a great.
Some of my favorite movies are on that list.
I
but
enjoyed
I mean,
every
they're
movie.
good movies. but-
definitely some.
yeah, there isn't like Christian put it perfectly. there isn't a single movie on that list that I wouldn't watch. I mean, because they're all
Watch
just,
Forrest Gump.
But how does like Rocky not make the top 20?
Schindler's List one, I wouldn't watch that again. I don't.
well, no, I wouldn't sit down and watch this because that's a rough watch, right? I mean, it's
Pretty rough.
it's a rough watch.
Well, so here's the other thing, though. If that's your criteria, how is Thor Ragnarok not on the list? Because that's a movie where every single time that movie's on, I'm going to sit down and watch that movie. You
actually misunderstood what I said. I said on that list of movie, there is not a single movie on there that I wouldn't sit down and watch. Like that's a list that millions of people rated, and they put a list of 20 movies on there. And I agree that each one of those movies is great. And that doesn't mean that like I think it's top 20 material. I'm just saying it's great. I think Thor Ragnarok is a great movie. But I also don't think it's top 20 material. It's cheese. It's a grilled cheese sandwich and popcorn. I mean, it's just great,
But
to watch.
sometimes that's what you want from life.
That is exactly what you want. But I mean, if you're actually going to try to be like, what is a good movie? Like one of the things that annoys me about this list is like there are movies that aren't on that 20 list.
Right. So getting back to my initial answer, if that's a list and Citizen Kane isn't on it, how is that a list?
Because it's user driven. I mean, it's just like
and there's
okay. So that's like look at the top 20 movies of top 20 games on Boardgamegeek, and like you can say, like there are board games that like their existence alone propelled like as far
Citizen
as like
Kane
it is
number 99, by the way.
What is
Citizen Kane is 99.
Yeah. Let's be fair. Citizen Kane has great cinematography. The acting
I wouldn't
is
watch it,
spotty.
Yes. Citizen Kane is a great movie for people who are movie people, not for people who watch movies.
Yeah. And there's not a single Hitchcock movie on the list.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Well, so you take a movie like Raging Bull.
Oh, that's Fritz Lang. Vertigo is number 97. North by Northwest is number 96.
Let me ask everyone a question. You've all seen Raging Bull, right?
Yeah.
What color is the movie in?
Black and white.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Oh,
I feel like it's one black and white.
Certain fight scenes.
Parts of it in there.
Okay, that movie is actually in color, but the only color that shows on the screen is silver and black. It's meant to look like it's meant to look like the movies used to look. Black and white movies looked on the silver screen, but the movie is shot on color film with the color thing taken off the thing, so it's actually silver and black.
Desaturated.
Yes.
Nerd. Anyway,
I would still call that black and
white. I was a film major in college, so.
Anyways, I feel like this list is heavily weighted by the current era, as opposed to examining films within the window which they appeared.
Yeah. Why? I mean, why do you think I disagree with most of like the Board Game Geek top 20? Because that's
I've actually thought about doing a Board Game Geek breakdown by years. Like
I mean, it's graded by people thinking good movies are entertainment.
Top 10 a year.
Well, Scott, honestly, you should do it by decade.
That's what I meant. Yeah, decade.
All right, so this is my final category, and I want you all to listen because it's very important. This is it's kind of like Double Jeopardy, meaning that like you're gonna get there's a way. So this is. I'm going to give you a list. The list is going to be. Let's see here. There are 30 movies on this list.
Whoa.
Okay, there are 30 movies on this list that we're going to do. And some of the movies on this list
Kevin Bacon movies
were answers to an earlier question.
And we all get 5 points.
However, if you guess one of the answers that wasn't on the earlier list, the answer will be worth 2 points.
Okay.
It'll be worth 2 points. So here it is. These are the top 30 movies that made the most money with inflation coming into play. So the era that they were made, adjusted for inflation, these are the top 30 movies that made the most money. So a lot of these answers are going to be a lot like that first one we did, but there's going to be several that are not going to be on that list. And if you can guess the ones that we didn't mention from before, they're going to be worth 2 points instead of one.
Wait. So we're talking about if we mention them or if you mention them?
No, basically, like they can't be on the first list. So anything that was on the first list is worth 1 point because I guess I gave you all those answers. So if that movie and you guess one of those movies and it is on this 30, then you will only get 1 point for it.
Okay.
And this is adjusted for inflation, most money made, correct?
Yes, and I will tell you right now, only 10 of the movies, half of the movies that I gave you in the first question are on this list. There are 20 movies that were not mentioned in the original list.
All right, who goes first, Matt?
Matthew will be going first. Remember, so if you guess one of the movies that wasn't on the first list, you're going to get 2 points.
Matt's not here.
Matt's not here. Where'd he go?
I don't know.
He left.
He said Boogie Nights before he left, though. I think that's his guess.
Okay. Well, that makes me sad. Well, I guess Christian, you are going to get to go first. So, did he say something in the chat, or did his wonky Canadian
I don't know if he dropped
internet, go out? All right.
You said 2 points if we mention one that hasn't been mentioned, right?
2 points that were not on. So I had a list that was the top grossing movies of all
I
time,
think you could just say yes.
and this is the top grossing movies adjusted with inflation.
Yep.
So, go ahead, Christian. This is a way to make up those points.
Gone with the Wind.
So Gone with the Wind is the #1 movie ever adjusted for inflation. And that is #1. So we'll go ahead and give you 2 points for that. We go up to Barry. Barry, go ahead and give me a guess.
A New Hope.
So you're saying Star Wars?
A New Hope, yeah. The first one. Or
So 4.
4, yeah. The one that came out in
Star
the
Wars
70s.
4. It
Right.
is number 4 on the list, and that is worth 2 points for you, Barry. Forrest Bauer.
Endgame. Giving him easy points.
Endgame is, yes, you went for the easy points. I'll give you 1 point for that. There you go. Anthony Ricano.
You know who I am. You know what I do. Jaws.
Took my answer.
Yeah. Jaws, the 13th. And that is a movie that I'm annoyed is not listed on the IMDb movies. So anyway. So Anthony, yes, Jaws is one of the movies that would have been, but adjusted for inflation, it is the 13th highest grossing movie of all time. Scott Alden.
Superman 2.
Oh, yeah.
No. Scott.
I mean, the only reason I say that is because my parents actually went to the movies with me to take me to see that. Like that had to be something, right? I mean,
yeah, it was a good movie.
Of the era.
I like Superman 2. I like
The original, yeah.
Yeah, but unfortunately, no.
Neil before Zod.
Neil, son of Jor-El. Neil before Zod. Lex Luthor, ruler of Australia. Christopher Cluey, loser of the 1998 NFC Championship game.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for the low hanging fruit. I'm gonna say Avatar.
Avatar is #2. You get 1 point for that.
Yep.
Matthew is not here, so I can't ask him any questions. Christian, go ahead.
Titanic.
Titanic, low hanging fruit, but it is on the list. Barry Goldwater, what do you got for me?
Most, just fuck it. Rocky.
I thought you said Ghost.
Well, either of those have been horrible answers. Rocky is incorrect.
The clay.
Really? I thought that did more than.
Yeah. All right, Forrest.
Harry Potter Part 7, Part 2.
Harry Potter #2 barely squeaks in at number 30.
I said
Yeah,
Harry
I know.
Potter 7,
Deathly Hallows Part 2. Yes, I got it. It
I thought you
barely
said-
squeaks in at number 30. You get the 1 point for that.
I thought you said Harry Potter 2. I was like, no way.
No.
I'm thinking older stuff. So
Anthony.
E.T.
Ooh.
E.T. The number
Took mine.
E.T. is number 7. Number 7 all time. 2 points for Anthony. Scott, you are out. So we move on to Christopher Cluey.
So I'm going to go with Transformers, but I need to decide if it's number 1 or number 2. Because number 2 was terrible, but they both did amazing numbers overseas.
Yeah.
Transformers number 1.
Eh.
Damn
Thanks
it!
for playing.
David.
Christian King. Christian
Psycho?
Strain. What am I saying? Chris Strain.
Psycho.
I'm sorry, say that again. I didn't even hear you.
Psycho.
Psycho, like Psycho.
Yeah.
Hitchcock.
You are
Hitchcock.
out, Christian. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but you made a heck of a run there towards the end. Forrest, you're the only person standing in the way of Anthony.
All right.
But if you get one more right, you take second place and really the championship.
Woo! Infinity War.
Yep, that's 1 point. There you go. Anthony Riccano.
So we're adjusting for inflation. So I want to go with the first Disney movie, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Snow White is number 11. Number 11. 2 points for you. Forrest Bauer.
No Way Home, baby. Give me that point. Cementing my second place.
And you're out.
What? No Way Home? Damn it. Stupid
All right.
Spider-Man.
Stupid Spider-Man.
All right, now I'm
Saw that last
going.
night. I watched it. I shed a few tears.
So
Did you?
good.
It was a good movie.
No way.
This is a tough list because No Way Home got beat out by like Deathly Hallows 2 because of inflation.
a dollar
Right?
is not worth it what it used to be.
Yeah. So I mean, it's tough.
That's why you got to
it's a
think
tough
old.
list.
Is North
Yeah.
by Northwest on it?
Wait,
Sorry,
I'm
what?
still going.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
Anthony
It
can run
doesn't
the
matter.
matter.
board.
You won.
It doesn't. I'm going to have some fun now.
Wait,
Yeah,
time
show
out.
off.
Don't guess anymore, Anthony. Let's have a side bet. Can I have an over under? Like how many more do you think Anthony's going to get correct before he's out?
4.
Five.
We get 4. I got a 5.
1.
3.
One more. 3. And Barry.
I'll go with 2.
All right, here we go. Anthony, go.
10 Commandments.
10 Commandments. Yes, that would be the number 8.
That's 2 points, though. Does that count
It's
as
just-
one?
This correct answer is what I'm going for here.
Okay.
Next.
Sound of Music.
Sound of Music would be number 6. 2 correct answers.
I'm trying to think of epic old movies. Dr. Zhivago.
All right.
Dr. Zhivago would be number 9.
Are you kidding me?
Holy shit.
How did that make money?
Should I just jump out all the easy ones that
Because when Dr. Zhivago came out, pretty much everybody went to see Dr. Zhivago.
Yeah.
because that was
And
like the movie.
it is a really good movie. I mean, it is.
Oh, okay. So we're going by inflation, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
the Force Awakens. Was a gimme. Did someone say that? Give me one already.
Yeah, Star Wars 7. That's a gimme. Yeah, there you go.
So then
that would
the
be
what you call
number
it one.
10.
The Episode 1,
Are you talking
Phantom
are you-
Menace. So what-
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
Phantom Menace would be number 20.
Jurassic Park.
I think that's on the list. Give me a sec. Yep, Jurassic Park would be number 12.
Gosh, this is just disrespectful how much better he is.
When are we doing punting stats?
Never.
All right. Someone said Psycho, right? But that's not it.
5 seconds.
There's got to be
I
at
said-
least one horror
said
movie.
3.
The Exorcist.
The Exorcist is on the
There you
list.
go.
It is number 15.
Mother sucks cocks in
All
hell.
right, and I'm going old Disney. Lion King.
Lion King is on the list. That's cheap points. Low-hanging fruit.
Ben-Hur.
Ben-Hur is on the list. That would be number 21.
The original, I hope.
Yep. Fine.
Where do you guess, boys?
The Godfather Part 2.
No Godfathers. made the
Okay.
list, so you're out. So here we go. We go Gone with the Wind, Avatar, Titanic, Star Wars New Hope, Avengers Endgame, Sound of Music, E.T., 10 Commandments, Dr. Zhivago, Star Wars 7, Force Awakens, Snow White, Jurassic Park, Jaws, Avengers Infinity War, The Exorcist, 101 Dalmatians, The Lion King, Jurassic World, The Jungle Book, Star Wars Phantom Menace, Ben-Hur, Avengers Assemble, Return of the King, Star Wars Emperor Strikes Back, Independence Day, The Lion King live action, Fast and Furious Part 7, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Cinderella, and Harry Potter Deathly Hallows number 2.
Oh, why didn't I say Cinderella? I said Snow White because I know like the first couple.
Snow White is on the list, so there you go.
No, I said Snow White. I said why don't I just say Cinderella after that? Because I was like, they were the first 2 movies that came out from Disney.
So it doesn't really matter. Forrest, you win because Anthony cheats or something. I don't know what it is. He hacks my computer, figures out all the stuff that I'm Googling, knows fully well what I'm going to be doing, and then it happens as we talked earlier today. He happened to mention, "Oh yeah, I'm going to be on the show later."
Lance, is that a Menard shirt you're wearing?
It is a Menard shirt that I'm wearing. Thank you very much. $5. Actually, I did it because this is this is like a $5 shirt at Menards, and I didn't feel bad about cutting the sleeves off of it so I could show off the guns. But I also had some tattoo work done on my shoulder, so I had to and I didn't want to I was able to, yeah. So I didn't want to have to take off my shirt to get my tattoo done. So I
have no guns.
There was a guy on my
I got a pellet gun.
Yeah.
So there was
barely a 22.
So weird so there was a guy on my softball team who always cut the sleeves off of off his jury. But so who was that? Who just left?
Christian just left.
What?
He said goodbye. He didn't like your guns.
He didn't like your guns.
But one of the but the only person I know that might know the answer to this would be Anthony, because he just knows weird dumb stuff like this. But there was so in Cincinnati Reds, they had to call this guy up to play baseball for him, and he was a power hitter, and it was like before people were bodybuilders and before he had his biceps were so huge they had to get a special agreement with the league to allow him to cut his sleeves off, because his biceps wouldn't fit in the standard uniforms.
Yes, and that's why the Reds uniforms now don't have sleeves.
Yeah. So
steroids.
So what was his name?
I'm trying to think of people who had the cut of, like Jay Buhner at one time had cut of sleeves, but I know it's not him.
Juicer McJuicerson.
Yeah. I'll just Ted Kluszewski. Ted Kluszewski.
The big clue.
The big clue. Yeah. So if
Raymond, Ted Kluszewski. Ted Clue, the big clue. Yeah.
I got a baseball trivia question. What player made me piss on my hands?
Oh, I know. I know who that is.
Alou.
There it is.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's to build up the calluses.
Drink that Kool-Aid.
That's a poor choice. Don't do that.
Ozzie Smith, when he wanted to learn how to to learn how to catch a ball, Ozzie Smith won 87 Gold Gloves or whatever. When his dad would tell him to go to bed, he would turn the light on, and not to read or anything like that, but to wear his baseball mitt. And he'd lie back in his bed and he'd throw a ball up in the air, and he'd close his eyes and just, and guess where the ball would go to catch it over and over again. And when he said, when I dropped the ball, my dad would know I was awake, and he would come and get mad at me. So I had to make sure I caught the ball over and over again. He says that's one of the things, he said, I know which way a ball was going to go just by looking at it, because he would sit there in his bedroom and do that. over and over and over again.
So that's a good strategy in terms of like predicting where it's going to go. But if you want soft hands, you get the baseball camp I would go to. It was the Mark Cressy camp. He was the pitching coach for the Dodgers when I was a kid, and he would run these baseball camps. They had this fielding drill where it was literally like you'd have like racket balls or like hard rubber balls that you'd throw against the kickball courts, and you'd have a wooden like round paddle in your glove hand, and you'd have to learn how to catch the ball off the bounce with just that paddle in your hand. So in order to have soft hands, because like if the wooden paddle hand isn't like matching the ball's velocity, it's just going to clank right off. So it was one of the best drills to teach you how to have soft hands possible. Because if you don't get it right, that ball is just spraying off everywhere.
Oh.
Anyways, baseball trivia.
Tell me more about your soft hands.
Wait, hey, so Lance, you know what you need in order to catch a punt snap coming back? Soft hands.
Soft hands. There you go.
You have to catch.
No. Here he goes. Ted Lazuski, 6'2", 225 pounds, a regular guy in the 1948 season. His immense strength already was the talk of Major League Baseball. Asked to name 5 of the strongest players in baseball, Hall of Fame manager Leo DeRocher conspicuously left the big first baseman off his list, and they said, "Why not Lazuski?" And DeRocher defended himself. You asked me about human beings.
Yeah. Speaking of non-human beings, hold on. I got to share a picture with you. This is like one of my favorite pictures of any sports person ever.
Any what person?
Any person in sports ever. Can you see my screen?
Sports. No, his share screen on the bottom. There you go.
Do you know who that is?
Well, it's a guy who plays hockey.
A farmer.
That's Bobby Hull.
Oh,
Farming.
yeah.
But you see the veins in his arms?
No?
This is all the workout he did. He owned a farm, and he would just work the farm whenever he wasn't playing.
Right. So here's the thing, though, is that can get you to a certain level of athleticism. But when you go back and look at the film from the guys who played in like the 50s, 60s, 70s, and you compare it to the guys who are playing today, like it's slow motion. Because that level of workout, it gets you in shape. It gets you to a certain level. But if you really want to push the envelope, like if you want to get to where it's either your body breaking or
I'll tell you right now, Chris, I'll put Bobby Hull at this age against anyone in the NHL now at this age, and Bobby Hull will kick their ass.
No, absolutely not.
I will guarantee
to be absolutely fair. I mean, Chris, what do you know? You lost an FC championship.
What the fuck do you know?
Right? What do I know with my 8 years of professional experience at the pinnacle?
Didn't you kick the ball and run off the field?
Chris,
so that's the funniest thing that anyone ever says to me, because they say it like it's so easy. You can just get up off your couch and kick the ball and be the person out there. And if you think that, why didn't you take my job? Why didn't you get paid millions of dollars to do that thing? Because football and any sport in this day and age, it's so heavily specialized. It doesn't matter what position you play. A quarterback doesn't punt. They used to back in the 30s and 40s. A lineman doesn't play wide receiver. They used to back in the 30s and 40s. A cornerback doesn't play tight end. They used to back in the 30s and 40s. So when you see those black and white pictures of these guys who are freaking Mr. Atlas, they do not have the modern day training, the modern day sports science, and the years of study that goes into bringing you to your very absolute best. And if you push beyond that, your body breaks down. It literally stops working. You rip muscles. You hurt yourself. So yes, I will absolutely take any player on the rink today over Bobby Hull, because he did not have that shit. And yeah, he could pitch hay bales all day long, but he did not have the science behind what goes into modern sports. I apologize. I got a little heated.
Okay.
But I am coming. This was my livelihood. So yes, I feel a little strongly when someone brings up that subject.
You don't say. So, Chris, I got a question for you. The amount of like dieting and exercise and all that you did during the NFL, like I see this with actors a lot. Is that long term? Do you think that would hurt the body?
It depends on what you want your body to look like versus what your body naturally wants to be at. So, for example, like I would love my body to look like 6-pack, ripped muscles, like cover of Men's Magazine. But my body naturally wants to be at about 15 pounds overweight, a little bit of softness, just not where I want it to be at. So it's a question of how badly do you want it to be where your mental image is at versus what does your body naturally want to do. And the thing is that I feel like our society has done such a disservice in thinking that like you can only be in shape if you have a 6-pack and if you have the ripped muscles. It's like that's not true. You can be totally in shape and look like you have a dad body, right? Like you can have a layer of padding and still be able to move and still smash people out like on the athletic field. So there is no one true way to be in shape. It's what fits best with your body and what is healthiest for you.
Yeah, that's what I kind of was getting at. Like we were looking at black and white pictures, and then for that day they were in shape. Yeah, and now you're looking at people like basically the Greek Olympians,
right?
And wasn't sustainable back then, basically. So they live shorter too, but
look at the support structure around people like that. So like someone like Bobby Hull, right? Like his support structure is his farm, right? His family, maybe the local people around that who give him some extra food, who give him some extra stuff to do. Whereas like a modern day NFL player, like particularly a first round draft pick, like you have people upon people upon people. Like you have your nutritionist, you have your sports scientist, you have your personal trainer. Like you have the support structure that allows you to push yourself to that absolute limit, which wasn't necessarily the case back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, which is why like when it comes to sports records and stuff like that, like you have to take it within the context of the era in which those records were set, because we know so much more now compared to where we were before. Like when you look at my personal favorite, when you look at kicking the ball, right, in football from the 1900s all the way up through like the 1960s, kicking was garbage. And there's a very particular reason why, is because everyone played the game in work boots. Like they didn't have what we think of as cleats. Like there weren't flexible shoes. They didn't have the technology to actually kick the ball in a way that would like focus any sort of technique onto that ball. It was just, I'm going to lay into this with my boot as hard as I can and see where it goes. And then once you get past that point where the shoe technology catches up to, okay, here's what we're doing. Now you start seeing, now those records are being surpassed. Like now they're being broken so much quicker. And it's like, okay, you have to take into context what was involved in playing the game at this level at that time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the only thing I'll say about this is that I think it's a good point. So back in the mid 80s, they used to say that the Washington Redskins had the most terrifying offensive line. They called them the Hogs, because can you believe it? Those guys weigh 265 pounds. Can you believe how heavy they are? And now like the average offensive lineman weight is like 350, 360, and they're running 4.640s.
Right.
So it's the level of sports medicine and knowing how to maximize the potential out of the human body for better or for worse it's a different world. It's a. I mean, they used to be people would show up wearing like pig costumes. And they're like, we're proud of our hogs, weighing 260 pounds. It was just like, yeah, that was not a big deal.
Well, so I will say for because I know I've probably tuned out quite a few of your viewers talking about sports stuff, but the thing is, the way that I look at this is the exact same way I look at reading the new rules of a board game or the new rules of a card game, where it's like, okay, how do I find an advantage, right? Like, it's no different from board games to sports to anything else. It's okay, what are the rules that I'm constrained to operate under? How can I twist those rules to my advantage? And like, I feel like your audience in particular should understand that is that, like, it doesn't matter what the window setting is. It's okay, here's the rules. How do I manipulate those?
Yeah. All right. So here we ostensibly are a board game show.
We are.
I have an announcement.
Oh, what's the
What?
announcement?
I was talking.
Damn you,
I haven't
Scott.
said a word in like 2 hours, so I don't know. I'll
Well,
say
whose
one thing
fault
and
is
then
that?
I'll
You
probably
answer
log off.
better. Go ahead. What's your announcement?
now
Dazzle
this
us.
We
guy-
pushed the
yeah.
button on the Board Game Geek Official App today on the iTunes store. So App Store.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not approved yet.
I'm an
but it's-
Android.
It's,
I'm an
it's-
Android.
Yeah, fuck you.
Oh,
Wow.
Android's coming next. Android's coming next.
Why is Android always next?
Because you're in the
There's more
minority.
Android
Dude.
phones than there are.
That's not true.
No.
No, you should
You're
go
wrong.
check it. I'm pretty sure there's way more iPhones.
You're wrong.
Users.
Oh.
There are okay. So you're both correct. There are more iPhones. There are more Android devices.
There's
Yeah.
a billion
There are more-
iPhone users.
There are more Android tablets, but people who have Android tablets also have Android phones, so they
Yeah.
count as one person.
It was interesting. So over the past like 5 years, we've gone to like almost 60% mobile traffic and like 5% tablet, which I thought was weird because tablets are very useful for board game geeks. I have my tablet at the table almost all the time to look stuff up.
Yeah, me too.
Anyway,
Yeah, it is weird.
2 years in the making.
So can I make a
Ooh.
recommendation while I'm here?
No, Lance was talking.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was fucking talking.
I'm sorry, I wasn't here when you were talking.
So I remember for like Christmas a year or two ago.
So anyway, the
I
recommendation
got my
is,
wife. I got my
story.
wife a pair of socks that were for work. I think these were for work, and they were like very nice socks. But then on like
How is that related to board
on the
games?
bottom of the
It's
socks,
coming,
it said
I don't know
I
how
was
it's coming.
fucking talking. Anyway, it's work for meetings. But anyway, so go ahead. What's your recommendation?
the Atom Project.
Yeah. that was a decent
ADAM?
one. Yeah. Oh, Netflix.
ATOM.
Netflix. It's very, very good.
That's the Ryan Reynolds ones, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds, Zoe Saldana, Mark Ruffalo, and Jennifer
Yeah.
Garner are all in it.
Cool. Is it comedy?
It's your
Yeah.
typical Ryan Reynolds action comedy farce.
Sci-fi thing.
Is
Yeah.
it like Free Guy?
It's good.
I thought Free Guy was pretty good.
I fell asleep going.
He basically the premise is he is a fighter pilot and he comes back and finds his 12-year-old self, and then they have to go and finish his mission.
Yeah, that's about all
Added
you
it
can
to my
say.
list.
Yeah.
It's good. It just came out on Netflix yesterday.
So
I
much
think.
stuff comes out. I cannot keep up.
But it's good. It's the right amount of funny, decent story, action. That's good.
Oh, is it a series or is it a movie?
No, it's just a
It's a movie.
it's a
One shot movie. Okay, good.
Netflix movie. Yeah.
That's good.
Couple hours.
I don't need 4 seasons of a show.
Mhm.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do. Keep you busy.
Oh.
Scott.
I'm waiting for Michelle to catch up on Ozark before watching this season.
Mm.
We can watch it together.
It's pretty good. My wife
It's funny,
and I
she
watched
ke-
up.
Yeah.
I was gonna say my wife and I watched up through the season, and yeah,
You caught up.
well
You're
done.
up to date.
Yep.
It's funny. She tells me about things that happen, and I have like almost no memory of it because I watched it years ago, right? It was like,
Oh yeah.
Like what?
So we had to watch the recap, and then I had to go like read up online.
Yeah.
What did I forget?
Yeah. She's like, I can't believe they killed blah blah blah. I'm like, who's blah blah blah?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that now.
Way to pay attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Old man
not
memory
paying
getting
attention.
old,
It's just
forgetting more than I can remember.
right, like it's retaining the knowledge from a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's gotta
I
get
watched
worse?
it one time 2 years ago.
Mhm.
You're lucky I can remember that show existed.
So looking for it.
You wouldn't use the Board Game Geek app anyway, Lance. You don't play games.
Oh well, thanks a lot for deciding what I want. I appreciate that so much. Thanks
Bro.
for deciding that I'm not important, as well as I stand for a unspoken majority of people that
Well, here's a crazy brain fart. So someone in the app store had Board Game Geek as an app. So I had to like exert my my trademark to get it.
Mhm.
And it was from a guy I hired 15 years ago. And I forgot that I hired him. And he had a Board Game Geek app at one point. I wrote to him and I'm like, I'm so sorry I forgot this. Like, so they use strong language when they send a message to the person that has your trademark.
Yeah.
It's pretty strong. I'm like, dude, don't listen to that language. Just like that's their words. Let's
Well, it's because your lawyers have to present a legal case that you're protecting your trademark.
well, this is through the Apple system. Like you can
Well, I'm
do
sure
it
it's
on
their
Apple. Like if you
lawyers.
when you go into the App Store, you can say, someone has my, I have the legal right for this name, and you present you assert that you have the trademark for it or whatever.
And then they send the message, and the guy goes,
And then they send the message, and they send it to you as well.
I'd like
copy
to
you
read
and
from
the
a
person.
prepared statement. You
And it was, I was so
bargain
crazy. I
idol.
was like, blotted that part. Yeah.
And you're like, I swear I'm not an asshole.
No, I talked to him already.
You
He
goes-
sucking capitalists.
It's funny because I worked with him a lot for a few apps, but I totally forgot he did a Board Game Geek app. Just like completely out of my head. Like I was like, oh, I know that name. Oh yeah.
So
I mean, he hadn't updated it in a lot of years, so it just kind of stayed in the system. And I told him like the thing that sucked is he no longer had his Apple developer certificate or whatever, and so he had to pay to get it turned on to give the our like we replied to the Apple guy whose name was like Roger or something. Like, dear Roger, please transfer this. Like, he doesn't have his Apple ID anymore, and he basically said yes, transfer it to them. And that no response from Apple. So I basically said, I'll pay you. I think it's $150 to get your, account renewed or whatever.
Well, because Apple isn't incentivized to actually respond to that.
I don't, but it says reply to this name if you have any questions or whatever. Like, it's a person. There's a person.
No,
in charge of this.
it's not a person though.
But it says Roger signed.
But it's not Roger.
I know, but like it's just.
Hello, this is Peggy.
Yeah, anyway.
So Scott, would that affect him in any other way other than just a nasty letter?
Well, if let's say he was what do you call it?
Unaffiliated.
Say again.
Unaffiliated.
Well, no, if he was like squatting the name or like not wanting to give it up or wanting to get paid for it, I would have to go down a process of suing him basically.
So this is just a leave it the fuck alone letter.
Yeah, this is like the best scenario, right? Because I didn't know. I thought it was somebody else squatting my name.
Yeah,
because you can go register an app right now on App Store for anything.
Well, hold on. No, the best scenario is Apple gives him his certification back, and you're not out $150.
Yeah, but I told him, I was like, yeah, sorry to bug you.
That's the best scenario.
Yeah, I mean, in like back in the day, I should have had him transfer it a long time ago. But I just totally. I mean, this was so. When did the iPhone come out? Like 2007?
It was earlier than that.
Something like that.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I mean, we were like in the early days.
Oh, yeah. I want to say 8 or 9.
He goes, I remember you called.
Oh no,
me.
you're right. 2007.
Was it? It was later.
He goes, I was in the mall and you called me. And I'm like, I did? I don't remember calling him to talk to him. Like, hey, if you put it out for free, I forget what I said to him. I said, put it out for free and I'll give you permission. That's what it was. Because he didn't really ask for permission.
That's well,
okay.
and that's also something where like, obviously this person wants to do this thing, and this thing will help you do your thing.
Oh yeah, no, I always want to find the best possible. I'm not like a
right.
They call it a litigious.
You're not trying to screw people. Like
no, yeah. I mean, if you make something cool with Board Game Geek stuff, I'm all for it.
And that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
It should be like, hey,
now
you're
if
doing
you
something
steal all the
cool.
data and put up another website that competes with it, then I'm not so happy.
Right.
Damn.
That's happened.
Yeah.
It has.
Yeah, I remember.
All right. Anybody play any board games lately? Everyone that they want to talk about?
I played The Hunger.
I played Jabba's Palace love letter game.
I heard that's good.
Fun.
What was it? Jabba's Palace?
It's a love letter version with Jabba, and it's got all the Jabba people: Bib Fortuna, Boba Fett, Salacious Crumb, mercenaries, guards, stuff like that. And then it's got all the main characters and Lando. And it's got Han Solo and Carbonite. If you have the Han Solo card in your hand at the end, you get a point because he's worth 0. Kind of fun.
So what's the premise? Are you like Luke trying to escape from?
Have you ever played Love Letter?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
Really?
Man, you got to play Love Letter. It's like one of the best 16 card
You know
games.
what you got to do is not play Lovecraft Letter with Scott Alden and a bunch of his jerks, including your wife, who just wants to make it so you don't score any points.
My wife was not there. My wife was not there.
No, my wife was.
Yes, your wife was there.
I didn't even play that game, and it's possibly one of my favorite gaming memories.
So you get dealt a card. It's 60 cards.
18 cards.
Okay. One card is taken out, so you don't know the full deck, right? So you can't know all the cards. You get dealt a card. On your turn, you draw a card, play a card. And you're basically trying to knock people out. Some of the cards, like, will say, guess a number of a player. Like, target a player, guess a number, and if you guess our number, they're knocked out. Which is pretty cool. That's fun. One of them is like, look at another player's hand. One of them is like, you're immune to being attacked or targeted.
Right. Okay.
And then the higher the numbers go, the less powerful. Well, in this one, they're really powerful at the high numbers. But if you go to the end and whoever's left in the game, you compare hands and highest number wins.
Okay.
So in the original love letter, the princess is the highest number, but she has no power. So if you get knocked out, and if you get knocked out, if you have to discard the princess, you're out. That's another that's its power. So if someone just says discard your hand and draw a new card, you're out.
Right. So
that's
the original.
It's
almost like it's almost like a weird variant of like a Queen of Spades, where I
don't know Queen of Spades, but it got everything have powers.
Very old card game. You don't want to have the Queen of Spades in your hand at the very end.
It's called Hearts.
No, I know. That's a trick taking game.
Yeah.
Oh, that's old name.
No, it's a 5-minute game. You play depending on how many players you play to have, like, if you win, you get a token. And if you get 3 tokens.
I've told the story before, but so Lovecraft Letter puts a little Cthulhu spin on it, and there's some other things. But basically,
because you can go insane, right, and lose.
Yeah, and so the whole thing is that you win when you've won 3 rounds, right? And so there was like 6 players, 7 players, whatever we were playing, and like literally everybody else at the table won twice. They only needed one more one to win, and it started off, and it was like, it's like if you wanted. The only person you didn't want to knock out was me because I had 0 wins.
Yeah, so everybody knocked each other out.
So it was just like the very first turn of the game, and I wasn't even looking at my card. I was like, I'm not even going to look at it because I'm not going to look at it. I can't give you any hint. You know, I'm not going to look at it until it's my turn. I'm not going to give you any sort of hint at all by looking at it. You can read my face, anything like that. And it's just like, and the first two people were like, I'm gonna play whatever guard, and I'm gonna guess you're this. And it was like, and then the first person did it was my wife actually, and she said that. And I'd like, okay, let's see. And I was like, oh, fucking course it is.
Yes.
I stormed off. I was
Love Letter has got more to it than I remember. Like it was more complicated as I recall.
Yeah, there was something.
That game should
else
not
to
have
it.
taken 2 hours as long as we played it.
Well, it was because you were all like saying, let's make
Yeah, there was a lot
have
of
the worst
jovial-
game ever.
It was fun.
And you were like, but it's like you were such a great like angry loser. So
Yes,
that
it was
was more
entertaining. I loved
fun
the look
for
on your
us. Oh
face.
yeah, I had a great time. Anyway, whatever.
But you did, I think it was you and Michael down at the end, though, right? Like you eventually scraped a couple.
No, I didn't get it. I
No,
got
Lance got
I
zero.
You got
I got a
blanks?
0. I got a goose egg.
Oh,
I got nothing.
that's a lot of love letter. What was that? So there's like 7 people and they all won twice. So it's like 14 rounds of love letter. And then the 15th
and me
round,
not
someone
winning
actually
once.
won, and you not winning once. Crazy.
Never mind not winning once. He was knocked out on the first person's turn, like half of the games.
Yeah, because everybody was just like, let's see if we can get rid of him.
Yeah. How do we get rid of him? We're colluding.
This is great.
Like
Tell me more.
they either guess what he had or he had the 8 card and they made him discard it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you have to discard the highest card, you lose. But not in this one. Jabba is the highest card, and he's powerful. He will kill any rebel. So if you just play it, it'll kill a rebel in someone's hand. It's rebels versus Jabba's palace people. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it was garbage.
Has anyone played
Joe had never-
Merv?
Merv?
Merv.
do you spell
MERV.
No, I'm not. I know what it is though. I just haven't played it.
Yeah, it's Fabio Lopiano, the guy who did Kalamala. Very good.
You sound like you're just making up words at this point.
Is it good?
It's really good. It's if you play the game and you didn't like looked at it, you would think it was like a what's your game because it feels like one.
Oh yeah, what's your game?
But it's like kind of like Kalamala where if you play in a spot and it activates all of the same buildings of that color. So if I activate like if you're blue, Scott, and I activate the blue buildings, I get all the resources. You get all of the resources on the building that I activated, and any bonus ones you get. So it's like Kalamala where you help each other out. But then after it's only 3 rounds, but it's 4 turns each round. There's a weird thing as far as turn order goes. So when you start, you determine turn order, and then you move to one of the spots. It's 4 sides of like the city where you can activate a row or a column. But after you activate, then what happens is the person who is furthest behind in the row gets to choose where they want to go in the next round. But you can either go to the last spot where you are right now as far as the order you're on the track, per se. But if you want to move up, you have to like pay a camel to move up a spot for it. And camels can move you in other places and do things. It's good. It's got a lot of
Doesn't it have
different
like an
ways to
AI
get
that
points.
attacks you? Am I thinking of a different game?
What?
Doesn't it have an AI that attacks you?
Yes. So after the end of the second and third year, the city gets attacked. So one of the things you can do is you can build walls around the city, or you can put soldiers on the spaces and they protect that part. So it's
ripping off After the Empire or whatever it's called.
It has a lot of things that are you see in other games. Like that, there's a thing where you can buy cards in the caravan, and it uses the same thing like the Spice Road thing. Like these are considered at the end, and if you want to move further on, you have to put a camel on a card to move to a card that's not in as part of the end of the thing. But it's good. It's 4 players. It plays in like 90 minutes. And there's different ways to get points, so it's not like everyone's trying to do the same thing.
The last 2 strategy games we've been playing are like 4-hour game, 5-hour games. Arc Nova and Boon Lake. They're endless. They're forever. Like I want to be done.
So I didn't play Arc Nova, but I was like at a local convention. and they played Arknober after I had left, and they were all talking about how you should never play that game with the full number of people. Like, there's no reason to play with,
except if you have a game group of 4 people who, I mean, like, who gets left out?
No,
Like,
but they're
I never
saying
had-
like with 2 people, will play the same as playing with 4, and it'll take a lot less time.
Yeah, sure. But I've got a 4-person game group,
Yeah,
so it's basically.
because isn't a lot of nothing? You do nothing when someone else is going. Like, you can just sit around and wait.
I don't remember if there's any out of turn play. I don't think so.
But I'm saying it takes a while for people to take their turn, so you're just sitting there.
Well, there's
twiddling your thumbs.
I guess the first time you have to. I mean, it's like 200 cards in the game, and they're all different, but they're all sort of the same. You know what I mean? So like once you know it, it's not bad. But like it took us like 6 hours and we didn't even finish.
No.
Wow.
I don't understand how that happened. You playing any games,
Right.
Chris? Or no, you're heading out.
Yeah, I'm heading out. I've been playing video games Elden Ring primarily.
Elden Ring, the only
Did you
thing
kill
I love-
Margit?
I am near the last portions of the game.
Oh, wow.
I
Margit's
have
a
probably
long distant thought.
Yeah, Morgit. I have faced Morgit, the boss Morgit, and then the Morgit as just random enemies in a dungeon. So yeah,
brag.
brag. Yeah,
What's your build?
I'm retired. I have plenty of time. Primarily strength, somewhat faith, using scythes and great shield. So I do a lot of like blocking and then guard counters. So I play fairly defensively, but there's a lot. Like, I will say the thing about the game is there's a lot of bosses that require you to shift out of your preferred play style. Where like if you play defensively, there are bosses that need you to play offensively. And if you play offensively, there are bosses you need to play defensively. So, like, from that perspective, they did a really good job in terms of, like, there's no one way to win the game.
Right.
I will say the combat
the-
system, though, like, I wish they had done some work on upgrading it from, like, Dark Souls 1. Because it feels
That's
like
pretty much
it's
the same.
like it is literally the same combat system. And like there's certain points where I'm just like, nope, I know it's input buffering, and I really don't want to do that move in a second and a half that I know is gonna happen.
I throw a third strike out there all the time when I'm not pushing that button.
Right. Yeah, and it's just like I don't want to do that, and I know I hit the button, but like give me the chance to hit another button to
Cancel it.
cancel out of it.
Yeah, I mean, and I've definitely felt like the controls feel like
Laggy?
slow
Yeah,
sometimes.
Sluggish. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
sluggish. Like it feels like they expect you to be reacting within a tenth of a second, but they don't give you the tools to do so unless you're super deliberate about what you're doing. So like I'm really curious. Once I finish up Elden Ring, I'm gonna check out that new Final Fantasy game. It's like the Dark Souls equivalent. I forget what it's called. Apparently the storyline's garbage, but Team
I think I know what you're
Ninja.
talking about.
Yeah, like it's the team behind the new Ninja Gaidens. Like they did the combat system for it, and supposedly like the combat for it is really nice, like super crisp, responds really well to what you're trying to do, and I like in a game like that, I can live with a garbage storyline if like when I want to parry, yeah, like I parry, and then when I want to dodge, I dodge.
What was the name of it? Do you remember?
Let me look it up. It's the brand new Final Fantasy one.
Is it on PC yet?
I think it's PS5.
Okay. Yeah, I got no PlayStations in this house. I don't want to give it away.
Let's see. Stranger of Paradise. I think that's the name. Yeah, Stranger of Paradise. It's the new one.
Cool.
So yeah, like all the reviews I've seen on it is the storyline is garbage. Like these are terrible people. Do not care about the plot at all. The fighting super tight. You're really gonna enjoy it. Like it's Team Ninja. You're dodging around. Once you get the movements, you're gonna have a blast. So that's next on my list. But yeah, first I have to beat Elden Ring though, and my current area is just the worst kind of bullshit.
I mean, is it something you grind through, or do you like have to get?
Oh
lucky?
no, it's so I will say, I do have a lot of props for the Elden Ring team, and where like I thought I understood what their bullshit was, but then they upped their level, and then they upped it again. And then they upped it again. It's like I get to a new area and I feel like I understand the game, and then they put in just some absolute garbage where I'm like, you motherfuckers. Like, what? Why would you do that?
What is this?
Piss
Elden
everybody
Ring?
off.
Yeah, no, this is Elden Ring. Like, it is super
Yeah,
frustrating.
there's no way.
but-
After hearing that, there's no way I'm finishing it.
So yeah,
I finished Dark Souls
I-
2, but like I pushed.
Yeah, no, you'll legit have to commit if you want to finish Elden Ring. Like, especially if you want to like open up the secret areas and the stuff you find while exploring. You gotta commit to the game.
Did you
because
see that there's people that are speed running the whole like to win the game in like 26 minutes?
Right. Well, so
I thought it was
that's
1
the thing
hour.
though. Is that if you do that, you're not going through the hardest areas of the game. Like if you just want to go for an 80% clear, like yeah, you can do that, but you're not going through the horseshit parts of the game where it's like, I really loathe the decisions I made to lead me up to this point.
Yeah, I am currently stuck on. I had my one guy, and I got to like level 80 with him, and I'm on the plateau now with my new mage, and I'm just hating life again.
Did you keep farming that one area up in the upper right corner?
What now?
Are you farming that upper right area, or is there a new farming spot you got?
I don't have a new farming spot anymore because I think I'm actually too high level for the spot I'm in now, but I'm still
Level
just
isn't
getting,
level
like,
99 the highest?
No.
Oh no.
Oh, I thought you could. Oh, well, you can't. None of your stats go higher than 99.
Yeah, no, you can get to 99 in every stat. Like,
Yeah.
it's just the experience keeps ramping up.
Right.
I'm currently like, I think 140-ish, and I'd say farming might give me a little bit more of an edge, but it really is. It's reminiscent of the classic NES area of Ninja Gaiden, Battletoads. Like, if you don't memorize what the level is throwing at you, it is going to murder you every single time.
Yeah, and
Because-
it's just set up to like just be despicable. I mean,
Oh yeah, no, it's so shitty, and I hate it. And I love
so
it.
If you summon people, does that help or no?
It depends how good the person you summon is.
I'm friends with somebody on Facebook. I'm not gonna say their name, just not because I'm trying to hide their name, because I just don't want to mention them unless there's something. But like, he's a big video gamer, and he 100%ed it. Like he recently posted 100%ed it. Like he did the whole thing and like got every boss and everything. And I talked to him a little bit about it, and he was just like, every single time I got to a boss where I was having trouble, I figured out what my problem was, and I just went and did a respec, and I respec exactly to beat that boss.
Yeah.
Oh, is there respecing in the game? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
There's a boss that you have to defeat, and then after you defeat the boss, then you get these
They give you
things
an
that are
item.
called larval tears that you can turn into them, and they'll allow you to respec.
Yeah, and
Gotcha.
you can find a pretty decent amount of them. So like, I will say the game does give you a large amount of freedom in terms of, okay, this isn't working, I want to try something else, and I'm going to do this. But at the end of the day, like it really doesn't matter what your spec is if you don't understand what the enemy is doing and how to counter that. Then like you can't out level it. Like you can't outstat it. It's just you.
It doesn't. I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter if you get your vigor to 99 and you have 1 billion hit points. It just it like that'll give you a couple of moments. That'll give you a couple extra moments of like, oh, I hit the wrong button.
Yeah,
it won't matter.
Yeah, and I
So
hate
it
saying this.
scales. I hate AI scaling.
It's like, and it's so freaking elitist to say it, but it's like you have to get good in order to beat the game, and it feels so shitty to say that. but like you really just you have to put in the time, and you have to be comfortable with dying over and over and over again to learn these attack patterns.
I wish the load time was quicker. And I've got on my SSD drives. It's like
what
still like
system are you
20,
playing on?
30 seconds to reload.
What system are you playing on?
PC.
Okay. I mean, as one of the 1%, I got my PS5.
I don't think I'm gonna buy it.
I got a PS5. It wasn't that hard to get it. I mean, honestly, I realized
Your wife got it for you.
Did you get it or did your mother get it?
No. My wife said like because she signed up for a PlayStation Network account. I have a PlayStation Network account. It was one of those days where they said she had an alert set up, so it was just like we are releasing 1,000. Sign in, and then you basically got given a number, and then her number popped up.
Yep.
What?
How is it 2 years later and still being scalped?
Well, so I will say I did the exact same thing Lance did, and I'm pretty sure they're like behind the scenes there is a weighing in the algorithm, because I only had to wait like a month before my name came up and I was in the lottery, and then I was able to order one with my PlayStation account because I've had it for so long. Like I've had my PlayStation account since the PS2. So if you have a PlayStation account, like seriously, use that to sign up. Because if you've had it for a while,
Alan Brown, yes, PS5 definitely has faster load time.
Oh yeah, no, it's literally like 2 to 3 seconds to load up. Like if you die, you're back.
I have 64 gigs of RAM and the fastest PC you can buy actually it's probably not as fast as it was, but I didn't spare any expense when I bought the thing. 3090, 64 gigs of RAM, and it's like, fucking hey, how does this take so long? SSD drive.
Proprietary software.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, even if I never beat it, I've definitely had my fun with Elden Ring. And I just
I want to see all the worlds. I mean, I've seen everybody playing on stream, and like every time I look at it, I'm like, that's awesome.
I
just want to see the
honestly,
graphics.
Like, I wish they had released it in almost like a pacifist mode where you could just run through the world, because the world is so amazing. Like they have done such a great job of realizing just this vast area.
So I was gonna actually mention this. So there's a heated debate about whether or not there should be an easy mode for Elden Ring and other Souls games. Like should there be a difficulty mode where and there's a guy who did like a 30-minute video about why it isn't, and his whole premise is that and he comes across as every single one of his videos is well done, but the way he talks, he definitely, it's like an air of arrogance. And at the end of his videos, he says, like his videos, he goes, it's like, and if after watching my video, you found yourself being very angry with me, I guess maybe then I'm asking the right questions. And if I didn't make you angry, well, hopefully I do so with the next video. He says things that he wants to like. It isn't like you suck. It's just he wants to make you like.
What is the percentage? I mean, these guys make these games, right? Which take years, right? When's the last Soul? It was. I forget. It was like a Japanese samurai
7 or 8, I think.
Right? What was this? That Japanese samurai game?
Oh no, Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice.
Wait, that's the most recent one.
Yeah.
You put years and years of work into these games, and only like 1% of your purchasers can see it.
So like his theory is
frustrating.
The whole premise, and I love to hear your thoughts on this, including Chris. I know you said you want to go, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. So his thing on this was that he talked about how basically consumers have to be told what they want, and when you tell them what they want, then they'll buy it. Because it's impossible to figure out. Like, and he talked about.
I don't think that applies here.
Well, okay, so just let me finish. So he talked
talking
about
this. Talking about the spaghetti sauce thing.
Yeah, the spaghetti sauce where he like the guy like he was trying to come up with the perfect diet Pepsi, and then like he couldn't find anything because everybody was all over across the board. And so then when he actually like when he was trying to do the same thing with spaghetti sauce, like nobody was making chunky spaghetti sauce, but he basically told people chunky spaghetti sauce is the way to go, and all of a sudden everybody wanted chunky spaghetti sauce. And so that then Prego or whatever came out with chunky spaghetti sauce, and everybody wanted it. Everybody thought it was amazing.
Really squeeze that references twice in 2 weeks? Because
yeah,
we got
no, but the thing is that the idea is that the difficulty of the game, and then he references something where he played Skyrim and really liked it, and everybody said he had to play Morrowind. And he said, I tried playing Morrowind and I hated it. Everything was slow. It was moving. It wasn't what I was expecting. But after I actually stopped and like just forced myself to play it for like 10 hours, he said, I realized what the game was trying to give me, the experience was trying to give me. And then I realized how good the game was. So his thing is that he says that basically Elder Ring is trying to give you an experience of, yes, we made this really tough. But when you finally succeed against the thing that's really tough, the joy that you'll get out of that is greater than if you just played it on easy. And he said, and that's the reason why if they gave you an easy mode to play the game, you might go into it saying, yeah, I'll play this on normal difficulty. But like the very first time you run into that wall that you can't beat, instead of trying to beat it, you'll just go in and lower the difficulty in the game, and you're not going to get what the designer is trying to have you enjoy. And I got my thoughts on that, but I would love to hear anybody's if they want to chime in. Forrest, what do you think about that? I mean, and I'll let Chris say what he wants to say here in just a moment, but I want to hear what Forrest has to say about that.
I've tried some of these games. I think they all suck. They're not like I don't like Super Meat Boy. I don't like any of that crap. Like I always feel like there should be the mode for the people who just want to explore the world, for the people who just want the story. And by not putting that in there, it's just like, no, I don't give a damn about your artistic vision.
Me too. I 100% agree with Forrest. It is so frustrating to see a game like Elden Ring and to know that the vast majority of people who are gonna play this game will not witness like the sheer spectacle that is this game. And like the best solution they could have to it is when you start a game like this, because I get where they're coming from, right? Like they want there to be a reward for the people who sink time into their systems. Like it's like Magic or a board game, like a particularly grindy board game, where if you spend the time to understand the systems, you have an advantage, right? Because like you've put in the time. But not everyone has the time to learn those systems. So there should be an option when you create your character to be, okay, what is my playtime? Do I have 5 hours a day? Do I have 1 hour a day? Do I have 30 minutes a day? Do I have 8 hours on the weekends? Like, and then the difficulty adjusts itself around that, because there is a huge difference between someone like me who is functionally retired and can spend like pretty much all day playing this game and learning the systems and getting good at it, versus someone who has to work a 9 to 5 and then come home and prep dinner, take care of their kids, and maybe they have an hour or two to relax in front of the TV, and they don't want to get beaten down by what's supposed to be their entertainment. Like they just want to have fun. They want it to be entertainment. So yeah, I will say from a developer standpoint, like they really need to start taking that into account, in that not everyone that plays your game, especially people who grew up playing those games but are now functional adults, like they don't have that time anymore. And you have to make it a priority to allow them to experience the same game you're developing for the people who do have that time. And like put whatever asterisk on it that you want, but let people enjoy your game. Games are supposed to be fun. Like, what's the point of making a game if it's not fun? Like, it's not a game anymore. It's just work.
Maybe have shelved this game.
Yeah,
I'll play it. I'll go back to where I was. I'm stuck in the castle somewhere, but I remember being like just completely so frustrated with it. I was like, okay, no.
In Stormville.
Stormville, yeah.
Yeah, and I completely understand that because it's fucking frustrating as hell. Like, if you don't have 8 hours a day to put into like figuring out, okay, what's the best route to get to the next waypoint?
Yeah.
And mind you,
pattern?
if you don't want to do it yourself, spending 3 hours searching YouTube for a video of somebody telling you how to.
I've only done that because I felt like you spend $60 on the game.
Yep.
At least the PC version is $59.99 or whatever. And then I only feel like I'm only like scratching like 1% of the content and I'm stuck. Then I'll go cheat, which I did.
Yeah,
I fell into the trap. I went like, how do you farm to get to level 30 or 40 or whatever? And I figured it out and did it.
And I absolutely encourage that because there is
but why not build it into the game? Like they're basically forcing me to cheat.
Right. Like, and there's so
I
much
would never
cool
have
stuff
found
to
that
see
area on my own without exactly.
And there's a really good YouTube channel, and I can't remember what it is. There's a guy who did a Stormville Castle walkthrough, and he's doing it for every area. He doesn't tell you how to beat the bosses or anything like that. He's basically saying, if you don't want to miss out on this item, you have to go here and make sure you jump in this corner, which is going to get you on this ledge, which you're going to follow around all the way over here to this spot. You're going to fall through this roof, and then there's this imaginary wall that you don't know is there, but you still have to beat this guy to get to this thing and whatever. And so
it's like writing a book in a foreign language that you're never going to learn.
And I guess I'll say this: all the other Souls games,
there's a massive
amount
of content in this game,
but I've actually I keep coming back to this one. I just
and I think they just do it to take the piss.
I don't think they do that. So
they 100% do. But here's the thing: this game has been marketed to a way more people than Dark Souls ever was marketed to. I mean, I saw this shit on the fucking Super Bowl or whatever, not Super Bowl, but something like it, like some kind of big show that was on. Like, okay, well, that's a big marketing budget. You're marketing to the general public now, and you made a game that's almost. I mean, most of my friends would not be able to beat this game.
Okay, so I will say my only defense, and it's a shitty defense, but my only defense from FromSoft is I remember growing up trying to get through Ghosts and Goblins, trying to get through the Battletoads Turbo Tunnel, trying to get through the
but that's like the old days, though. Yeah. The Ghosts and Goblins game, though, you could cheat like the newer ones, right? Yeah. Or lower the difficulty, or like give yourself more lives, or stuff to let you like not hate the player.
Right. So again, though, but like, isn't there something to be said for teaching people how to learn to deal with that in a new generation? Like, and I get that it might not be your game if you've already experienced that, but someone who's 18, 19, 20 years old now, they never experienced Ghosts and Goblins. They never experienced Battletoads. Like, that wasn't a thing that they had growing up. Like, why isn't this their teaching moment that then propels them to understand, yeah, games can be bullshit, but when I get past that point, it feels so freaking good. Like, and I will say, for all of the bullshit in Elden Ring, like, it feels really freaking good.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, I beat the market guy in the first one or whatever, and felt good for about a minute.
Yeah.
And then you're on to the next bullshit part. That's frustrating.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Like, I also feel you got to have a certain sort of.
I mean, I understand. I get the idea of that, like trying to be a hard game on purpose, and if you beat it, you're of a certain level of gamer, right?
Well, no. So again, though, like it shouldn't be there's a certain level. It should be you get to experience what this is. And like if you're not in the mood for a bullshit turbo tunnel, like precise input experience, you shouldn't have to deal with that. Because games are media, right? Like this is a story that they want to tell.
Exactly.
If I was
George R.R. Martin supposedly wrote the story, right? Which I don't
right, like
Well,
because-
I mean, they said he came up with like kind of like the lore of the game, I
Okay.
guess, you know.
Sure. I will never experience it. I almost guarantee I will never, unless I find out cheat.
Right. Regardless, it's if I'm the author of a book and I know that people are going to get turned out of my book after chapter 2, then I need to figure out how do I keep them through to the ending, because I want them to experience the story.
Exactly.
That's the whole point of
that's
writing
my
the book.
frustration is like, I don't know if I mean, obviously this team has made these games forever, so maybe that's what they want. They don't care if people don't see all their hard work. Like there's a lot of work in that game. I can tell. I'll never see it unless I go watch a YouTube guy or something.
Yeah. Well, and again, that like I completely understand where you're coming from on that.
When
Because
when we worked on Sin, we put stuff into the game that no one ever found, and that's super frustrating.
because you put in your time.
Yeah, we put
Like-
it. Yeah, exactly. We worked a year or 2 years on that game, and like you could just bypass a whole really cool area because you took this turn instead of went down that turn, right? Which is our fault for designing it that way. But there was a lot of Easter eggs in that game that no one ever found. So
Right. And like and that's the thing, at the end of the day, this is entertainment. It is a story. It is a medium for interacting with other people. And if you're not making that as accessible as possible, what are you
You're limiting
doing
your
with
audience.
your life?
yeah, you limit your audience too. Like
Yeah.
so this was a big market.
Well, this didn't limit nothing. It sold 12 million copies in the first 3 weeks.
I
of
bet
its
you the next
release.
one won't sell 12 million copies.
Oh, I know. I
Right?
agree with you. I agree with 100%.
Guarantee
There's
you.
going to be like,
Yep.
they're going to, unless they come out and say, you know, now with, unless, here's two things I think that could happen. One thing I think that could happen is that it'll be like, they'll release a patch, or they'll do something that, like, they'll go in because you play the game online. You don't have to, but you play the game online. They will.
Yeah, I'm about to turn that off. By the way, it's so annoying.
Yeah, I turned my multiplayer off. I don't.
I bet. Here's the thing. I want to summon people to help me. So, and I like to help other people. Well, side note, but I went and helped a bunch of people like do Margit, and those fuckers would die in 1 second. I'm like, why?
Because they didn't learn the encounter.
Like 1 second, and you're summoning me, and like at least don't waste my time.
Why aren't you
It takes,
summoning
like-
the jellyfish,
it
you
takes 20
moron? Summon the
Well,
jellyfish.
No, like, I mean, I thought I was bad, but like I've gone into like several people's games where they immediately rush Margit and like sit there and then they don't run away and they just take it hits and they're dead in 1 second.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Well, no.
Anyway, that's a side note.
No, and like
Side
my son watches me play, and he's like, I want to play this game, and I said, I'll let you play, and you can make your character, but I'm going to tell you, this game is very tough. And like he played it, he got killed. He played it for a little longer, got killed. He's like, yeah, I don't want to play this game. And I was like, and I said, don't feel bad about that. I mean, just like he
Right.
plays Fortnite with his friends, and he wins more matches with his friends than I ever will. And I was just like, don't feel bad. I mean, this game is designed to just beat you silly, you know. And then he watched that video that you posted, the So I Tried Elden Ring.
Yeah,
I showed that to him, and he said, yeah, that's pretty. That's it.
It's
That's
pretty
the game.
accurate.
That's pretty accurate. You know, just
So good, by the way. Like that video.
No. So no. The thing about what I was going to say is that they'll either it's some patch down the road, and this might be a long ways off, like a year away. They will patch the game in some way that will be like, now you can, as long as you're not playing online, as long as you're not, playing, multiplayer, you can set the difficulty level down. They'll do something that'll like, it could be
I
something
have
as
to wonder
easy as,
though, like
Wait
with
a minute, let
12
me
billion
finish.
sales,
let me finish.
how many people have complained?
But here's,
to them.
they're not stupid, right? They're not stupid. They're going to have a situation where they're going to be like, we sold 12 million copies of this game. And they're going to look on the online things. And they're going to say only this percentage of people
It's going to be the people that write them email. Because who
So
out of 12
hold up,
million people, how
Lance.
many people do you think go online?
Lance, let me cut you off there, because in Dark Souls, it took months for the design team to fix game-breaking bugs in the PvP.
Oh yeah, that thing was
aspects.
unplayable when I first bought it.
Like they
I think it
literally-
was like the first time I wanted to do a Steam refund.
Yeah,
They
but
didn't
no,
have the
they
system
are,
in at that time.
I mean, no,
they
and I-
ship their product, and then for the next 4 to 6 months, they are not going to be heard from.
yeah.
I still have
Um,
that glitching, the PC glitching that they haven't fixed yet.
So
And I
I
have the
think what
fastest
I
fucking
think what
computer
will
in the
happen.
class.
I think what will happen is that the next one they're going to realize if we release this and it doesn't have, we're not going to get those 12 million sales, and they will basically have something. If you don't play it online, because they want to preserve the multiplayer, they don't want people like
Yeah, of
ruining
course.
it.
Because if you play any multiplayer, your save game can't work if it's at lower difficulty.
Yeah, but I mean, they'll do something along the lines of, I guarantee you the next one they do, the Elden Ring 2 or whatever, will have a difficulty.
I
think
will
it will.
take that bet, and I will bet against you any day of the week.
You know
Because
they're gonna patch it.
FromSoft, they do not care.
You
I bet
say
they
that,
care.
but I mean, but somebody, but the people
Nope.
running it, they're
Nope.
just like anybody else. They want money, right?
Nope.
They got the money now.
They have had the money since Dark Souls 2. Like that, from Demon Souls to Dark Souls 1 to Dark Souls 2,
Well,
that was
then I
an
say this.
indie. Hold up. That was an indie game company making their vision. And even when they got the money, they still kept making their vision. And Elden Ring is their vision with a bit more money behind it. So if you think Elden Ring 2 is going to be anything different, like
So I'll change. I change my stance. If they actually do some sort of patch or something that gives a difficulty slider or something, whether it's at lower levels you do more damage and something as simple as you do more damage and you take less damage, which would be an incredibly easy thing to code, right? It's like all your attacks do 4 times damage and you only take 1/4 damage from attacks. There.
they won't do it.
I know they won't, but if they do something like that, if they do put a difficulty slider into Elden Ring a year from now or whatever, where it's like the Game of the Year edition, for $20 in this DLC, you can get like this brand new area that we're going to give you. And for the first time ever, that if they do something like that, then I guarantee you the sequel for it will have that from the get-go, because that's going to bring, seriously, because I bet you money that if they did that, one, they would see that people would be playing the game again. They go back in and do it. And two, like, and this is for non-PC users, because like every single, like if you Google PC trainer for Elden Ring, there's take no damage. There's all kinds of things out there right now that you can use. That if you're playing a PC and you just want to basically be able to just sit there and not take any damage, you can play the game like that. You can go to like Plitch and get a and it says this won't work if you try to use this and play online, it won't work for you, but you can just go ahead and just boom there. I can't take any damage and I can give myself 8 million runes. I can level up my guy. Okay, let's play. And you can play through the game and you can experience it.
So here's the problem, Lance, is that you're approaching this from the logical capitalist mindset of we want to make money from our
I
game.
guarantee you the people that give From Software money are capitalists and logical, and they want money.
Nope. That it doesn't matter to the people who make the game, because the people who make the game are artists and they have a very specific vision of what they want their game to be.
But here's the deal: people are going to be like, they're going to say, it's like, I guess I hope you're right. I guess in some way, and it's part of me says I hope you're right.
I guarantee you, if someone showed up with a dump truck of money to Miyazaki's backyard, he would tell them to F off if it wasn't in line with the vision of the game he wants to make. Because that has been every single Souls game he has ever made.
And maybe and perhaps you're correct, but I mean, but everybody's got a price, Chris. Everybody's got a price.
Okay, fair point. I will be very curious to see if they can meet Miyazaki's price, because I don't think they can.
I mean, and that maybe, but here's the deal: it's like eventually, like I don't know what From Software if it's like if there's investors or anything like that. I mean, those people are going to be like, so let me get this straight. Somebody approached you and offered you $11 billion to do this and you didn't do that, so I'm not getting $11 billion return on my investment in your company. You know,
Again, though, that's the capitalist perspective. From the artist perspective, it doesn't matter how much money you're being offered. All that matters is
but people answer. I mean, at some point, companies answer to investors.
Is From Software a publicly traded company?
I'm not saying it is, but I'm sure that they have people that invest money in them.
Right. Well, so here's the thing.
You can invest in a company without it being publicly traded.
Right. But here's the thing. If it's not publicly traded, you don't have to answer to public share owners. You can tell them to right the F off. Because
you absolutely can, but then that's what the investor is like, okay, give me my fucking money. I want to cash out. And you're going to have to go find somebody else to give you your money.
Right. And you say, I sold 12 million copies.
Maybe, but I mean, eventually, like, well, here's the deal. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to be a pessimist. I'm just saying that, like, if somebody eventually, you know, like, everybody's got a price. And like, and Miyazaki, maybe he would, but he's got, you know, 50 employees that he loves and cares about. And they're like, why wouldn't you take that money? I would be my family for generations would be taken care of if you had just taken that money.
So this gets to a deeper philosophical point: is how much is enough, right? Like, if you sell 12 million copies,
maybe, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying there's a world, and there is an algorithm, and there is a world where
I will lay it out to you. Ask me. I have made enough. If that game company sold 12 million copies of their game, and they have any sort of revenue share with their employees, they have made enough. That's not to mention the previous games they have released that have also sold a lot of copies. And at that point, you're not doing it for the money. You're doing it because you like making that experience. You like creating a certain sort of vision. And it doesn't matter how much money someone offers you. You're going to tell them to get out of your face if they try to make you do something you don't want to do, because you're not beholden to them for your livelihood.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying, Chris, is there is a pathway, there is an algorithm, there is whatever. There is a situation and a world in which the artist, in this case, will change their mind. And I don't know exactly what it is and what will make
I don't want
to
play that game.
Well, maybe, but I mean, I'm just saying there is. And I'm not saying like, oh, we got your family tied up in a shack and in the Catskills, do what we say or else. I'm saying like there's a situation where, okay, I've made all the games I want to at this point, the way I want to. I would love to just turn this over to somebody else. I'm willing to do that, you know, just like
so here, relevant to the discussion, when Princess Mononoke was being released in the West, the different Miyazaki, okay, Harvey Weinstein, who was, you know, the head of film company,
an all around classy gentleman,
sent back references to Miyazaki. Not the same Miyazaki, the one, you know, Studio Ghibli Miyazaki, said, hey, we need you to cut this, this, and this. And Miyazaki sent back a samurai sword saying there will be no cuts. Because he said, this is my art. I don't care how much money you're putting in front of me. This is the vision I'm putting on screen. And no cuts were made. Because at a certain point, the person who thinks that money is the only thing that can solve stuff, they run into someone who doesn't need that money, and they realize they've run into a brick wall. There is nothing they have that can influence that person. And I am absolutely hopeful that the Souls team from Software, as much as I despise parts of their game, that they maintain 100% true to their artistic vision, because that is worth so much in the video game space. That you have a studio committed to creating actual art and not just pumping out the latest Call of Duty or Modern Warfare. Like it's they want to create an experience. And if you can't get into it, yeah, it kind of sucks for you. Yeah, they could probably do more to get you into that experience. there are probably some compromises that could be made, but art is art. Like,
so I just looked on Steam stats. Like when this game was like 2 weeks ago, like at the beginning of March, it was peaking at 900,000 concurrent players. Now it's around 500,000. So it's lost almost half of concurrence. Not saying that maybe people beat it or something, but like.
Well, okay. So again, okay. So there are very few games that I will say are art. Like this game is a spectacle. It is art, and I wish people could experience the entirety of it. And again, a lot of that is on the design team for making that inaccessible. But if you judge it by the concurrent number of players,
I was just trying to see who's still playing.
Right. Well, but it's very similar to being like, well, why isn't anyone going and seeing Van Gogh's paintings? Like
Maybe.
Van Gogh, he was not a popular artist while he was alive. Like no one got what he was doing. And then he died. And then more years passed. And then all of a sudden, holy crap, that guy knew what he was doing. This is some amazing art. We should appreciate this. So popular consumption is not equivalent to actual art. And there are very few video games that are art. Like, it's... Sorry.
Roger Ebert said video games aren't art. So there you go.
Well, he's dead, so we don't have to care about it.
Oh,
Too soon?
Too soon.
But so like they again, there are very few games that I would consider like actual art. And for like, as I said, for all its flaws, Elden Ring to me is art. Like it can evoke an experience within you as you're playing this game to where you feel like you're part of this world. You feel like you're invested in what's going on. Like you are just in awe at what is transpiring in front of you. And to get back to your point, Aldi, I wish they made it more accessible. I wish there was like a pacifist playthrough where you could just go through and see everything because it's so freaking cool.
Yeah, I want to see it.
But at the same time, like
YouTube videos though.
Like,
I definitely don't have the time to put in for this.
Yeah, no, and that's totally fair. Like
Yeah.
I completely understand that. Like and I will say that is the one downside for their artistic vision is that someone shouldn't have to have 100 hours of art history in order to appreciate your artwork.
Sure.
Like, that shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a cool game.
Yeah. Oh, I totally here. Anthony, you're still with us. I don't know what you're reading, but you seem.
I was totally zoned out when the video game chat started.
Okay, so can I talk about something that's
Me
totally
too,
unrelated to
man.
this? That's also something that grinds my gears.
Here we go.
I got a letter from the IRS, not like, oh, you're being audited or anything like that. No, I got a letter from the IRS that said, hey, somebody's using your social security number to apply for jobs and work jobs. So you might want to look into that.
How do you look into that?
So I basically have to.
I love the IRS. They won't help you with nothing.
I had to basically shut down my credit. So
Oh yeah, I haven't had my credit on for years.
So I shut down my credit to basically make it so
And we can apply for.
Yeah, nobody can apply for anything. I mean, like theoretically, my wife and I are going to move to. We're looking at building a new house. So I mean, I'm gonna have to call.
You can
and change
unfreeze it
that.
for your loan and then turn it back on when they check it.
Yeah. So I had shut that down to make sure nothing else happened. And then I had to do a deep dive into going into socialsecurity.gov and to dive into my employment history and to make sure that nobody was actually like earning any money. And so thankfully, it looks like nobody has filed any sort of W-2 or anything to earn money with my social security number, but somebody is either working and not really like, I don't know what it is, or they are they just applied for jobs using my social security number but didn't get them. So I talked to somebody. No, you can't. I mean, it's just like, and I talked to somebody about it.
What good is that? Like, come on.
Yeah,
Jesus
so
fucking Christ.
I contacted I asked my so I did the deal, and then basically what I was told is most likely what it is either a somebody who is trying to get multiple COVID checks, to
Right.
just
PPP,
many,
yeah.
or somebody who was trying to they were attempting to basically to continue getting unemployment, like to show that they had applied for jobs,
Right.
and they were just like, to go through the process or whatever, and to do that with a fake identity, like completely fake identity, like apply for a job with it. Even if they get offered a job, they're declining the job and moving on, doing that so they can like show with a fake identity. And I was like, do I have to worry that somebody actually has it? And then so we looked through and it doesn't look, and they've applied for any credit with it. They've done nothing with it. So they said most likely it's somebody who just basically picked a random number and just,
I got yours.
oh yeah, I need a,
this, it just frustrates me to no end that one single number is so important in your life. Like if someone gets it and starts trying to pretend you, it's so easy for them to get away with it. Like how can we not fix? How is this not fixed? This should not be a modern day problem. I got identity thefted when my mom died 2 years ago.
Did you?
Driving back from Florida, someone called me with a weird question about my social, and I'm like, I'm not telling you my social. And then I get home and there's like 4 or 5 credit applications that were all denied. I'm like, oh, what? So they're using my address and my fucking social? Like, what would they do? Go steal the credit card if it got mailed? I don't know. That was a weird one. I froze my credit and haven't heard anything since, but
yeah. But yeah, that was
solve
great.
that
I was
problem,
like
please.
weird, and I was just like, huh, weird, an IRS letter. I wonder what this is about. I opened it up. I was like, what the piss? Just like,
at least they told you.
It's true.
You're lucky. You sure it was a real letter? Were they asking for was someone asking for your number at any point?
Oh no, it was a real letter. It was
okay, because they won't ask you.
No, they didn't ask anything. They were just like, here, this is what you want to do. You have to contact you contact one credit reporting agency, and you don't have to call all of them. They'll contact all the other ones for you. They have to by law. So call, so I called Equifax or whatever, and did the process with them, and then log into ssn.gov and go through that process. And boy, is that.
Oh, did you do the whole thing where you had to take a picture and upload a photo ID? Yeah, I've done that.
Yes. So that is,
yeah.
I mean, if
it
it works so surprisingly well though, right? I mean, it was like,
yeah, it works.
Take a picture of yourself, take a picture of your photo ID, and I was just kind of like, well, this is kind of neat.
Did it flash red, blue, green, like all the colors? And when it was trying to test it?
Yeah. So I was like,
why are you showing this?
I was like, that's really cool that like, it's that. I thought for sure it was going to be something where I had to send a letter and like, and do this and do that and jump through this hoop and do it. No, I mean, I was able to do it in like 15 minutes just sitting at my computer.
Yeah,
but I was also, which I thought, this is amazing technology. I mean, I fully expected whatever government rigmarole I had to go through was just going to be a giant pain in the ass, but it actually turned out to be relatively easy and without too much of a problem. So yeah, that was cool. But now I get to watch my, it's like I get to watch my social security number and log in and check everything once every month or so just to make sure nothing stupid happens.
Well, if your credit's frozen, you're probably okay.
Yeah, it's just annoying. It's just it's just annoying.
That reminds me to check mine too. I haven't checked it since I froze it like a year ago, 2 years ago.
It's just
it just that boggles my mind, that one number. I mean, it's been over and over, like each year goes on, like it gets more important to protect your social security number, and it's like now people are really scared if anything asks you for, like, our new Geek Market thing. When you sign up for Stripe, they ask for your social because they got to pay taxes, right? They got to report the taxes. No one wants to. People don't want to give it.
Nah.
See you, man.
See you, man.
Adios,
Take
everyone.
care.
See you, buddy.
Chris.
Good talking to you. You lost the 1998 Genesee account.
He don't care. He's a billion.
He's retired, dude.
You don't give.
He's retired. You're not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
You don't care.
You don't care.
Um,
You don't
no,
That sucks.
yeah, but
it's
whatever.
a
What are you
sucky
gonna
feeling
do?
because you're like, okay, I have no control over whatever is happening here.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
What have you been up to, Anthony?
Nothing. Just getting ready for my wedding.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
that sucks, man.
Where are you
I
getting
mean,
married?
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it now.
I'm waiting for the car.
Well, freaking Gamma sucks, so that's the whole problem.
Origins, you mean?
Gamma?
Yeah.
Well, Gamma
Well,
runs it.
well, yeah.
Gamma runs
So
Origins.
Origins. So Origins has always been the week of
Father's Day.
It's always been so.
Really?
So yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it always sucked because I get home on Sunday on Father's Day and I miss it. You know, it was like so like literally like last year was like the first Father's Day. I had the entire Father's Day to spend with my kids, and I remember I threw them in the car and we drove down to the lake and we went with my dad. We went fishing. It was like it was fabulous. I just loved it. But anyway, no, so Anthony, his wedding, which I was going to preside over, was going to be the week after that.
Week before.
Fine. The week before, sorry, yes. And unfortunately, no, Origins moved it to the same week. And I was like, I didn't even think about it. And then like I was just looking at Origins.
And I particularly when I picked the day and looked at it, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna ask Lance because Origins is the week after.
Yeah, and so like and
Are you
with,
going to Origins?
Yeah, so with Josh moving to
Did anybody go to Gamma for your company or skip it?
No, nobody did. But with Josh moving to Albania, like literally I'm like the only full-time employee.
Albania? What?
Yeah, so
Come on.
so yeah, it'll be like Shane and me, and so like I'll have to run the booth, which fine. I mean, I don't mind running a booth. It's fun talking to people and chatting with people and doing stuff and showing stuff off, and I'm excited. I'm happy to do it, but it's one of those things where, yeah, it isn't.
Why is he moving to Albania? Price?
I mean, I keep telling Josh he's got to come on the show
about that, right?
and talk. But I mean, yeah, no, he. There's a lot of reasons. I mean, so Josh is a descendant of. I mean, he can tell the story better, but Josh is a descendant of Polish royalty.
But Albania is not Poland.
Let me finish. So he is a descendant of Polish royalty, and he basically you know he has a great affinity and love of Europe, and he really likes.
Even after World War III.
Well, I mean, who knows, right? But I mean, he has a great affinity for it, and he looked into. He spent many years. Him and his wife researched what country they'd want to live in, and where they would, and like where would his American dollar be the most
right,
lucrative, as far as, and also just like he wanted to live on the Mediterranean. He likes he likes the food that they create, and then Albania is the one he wanted to pick because after living there, I mean, this is by gospel. I mean, this is many conversations I've had with Josh about it, but he said that if after living a year there, he could apply for and get citizenship, and then he would be able to then, because one of the things is the Albania, there is a very strong likelihood that within the next 5 years they're going to join the EU, and if he becomes a citizen prior to that, then he would be an EU citizen, and there's a lot of benefits that go along with that.
Yeah.
And so he's been teaching himself Albanian, and he's like, as he says, I can't hold an in-depth conversation, but I absolutely can hold, like, I can hold my own if I had to discuss something with somebody. He says that it really isn't a big deal because most Albanians speak English anyway. But and
I'll be
he's already renting a home right now. He is
Cool.
currently
I'll be right
renting a home because he had to
Okay,
basically he had a real estate agent that said, well, if you want to make sure you have a place to live, you need to probably get this right now, and so he did. So yeah, no, I mean it's just, but anyway, he's going to he's gonna move there relatively soon, and then we got unfortunately that would be he would not be able to come back and go to Origins in June, with ticket prices and what have you.
Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah.
Son of a
But
So,
anyway,
Andy, how much input do you have on number 3 on planning this one?
How much input do I have?
Yeah, on the whole wedding thing.
I have more than I had in the first two.
Really? By choice?
you take after my father. He said marriage is a wonderful thing. Everybody should try it 2 or 3 times.
I'm one and done.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're paying for it, so I have more say in it than.
Oh yeah, there's that. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, hopefully, I mean, it just sucks. I feel bad. I just and I saw it too, and the thing is that my niece gets married like the week after your wedding, Anthony. And so I was like, this is gonna be weird. I'm gonna have to go to Origins, I'm gonna go to Anthony's wedding, and then I'm gonna have to go to my niece's wedding in Vegas. And then all of a sudden I looked at the dates again, and I was just kind of like, wait a minute. I was just like, then I looked up Origins, and I was like, son of a bitch.
Yeah, that was the thing. When I looked it up, I was like, oh no, it's the weekend before. So
Son of a bitch.
if they went back to last year's one was like, what they do in September, like everybody else's convention.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if they go back, they're gonna go back to Father's Day weekend probably. And
You were wrong. Son of a bitch.
So yeah, no. You and I had happened to me just the other day that annoyed the heck out of me.
Scott was going to send a car and it didn't show up.
Yeah, pretty much.
This better be one hell of a car when it does show up.
Yeah, no, yeah, just drink service, the whole 9 yards. I think that'd be funny if he eventually did. Just one day you're like sitting there and you're like, oh, there it is, sweet.
I gotta pack a
No,
bag.
my what?
I gotta go pack a bag.
Yeah. Wait right here. No, my one of my dogs got a hold of my Crocs and chewed the button or whatever off of one of my Crocs, and so I was super annoyed. I mean, you can get replacements. I gotta buy some. You can find replacements everywhere online, but I was really annoyed by that.
Damn dogs.
Yeah.
Mine's sound asleep over there on the couch.
I wasn't happy. I wasn't happy at the moment. It bothered me a great deal. I mean, I got over it eventually, but I was like, it was annoying.
All right, good. Scott's back, so I can leave.
Good.
Oh, Scott's back. Yeah. Well, I was
Early
thinking
night.
maybe we should just, we can. I don't know what else is new, Scott.
Play
You're
over.
gonna play.
I wanted
Alaboom?
to say goodbye. That's not because Scott's back.
I think, I mean, obviously the iPhone or the App Store app is a big deal. 2 years in the making for this app.
2 years.
It's designed. It's programmed by the guy who does BG Stats.
Hey, Scott, can I give you a little bit of advice?
Mm-hmm.
Before you roll out the Android one, just make sure you didn't ask someone to do one for you like years ago, and then you have the Android people yell at them.
Is there an Android app that's using the board game?
I don't know.
I don't have my Android working, so I don't know if I.
You went after the
I have
poor
an
guy
Android
who,
phone, but it's not been turned on.
gave
for a while.
permission to.
Yeah, that's true,
I don't think I
Scott.
gave anybody permission. I don't think. I mean, I don't know. I can't remember.
You fargan ice holes.
Mm.
All right, I'm out of here. It's 1:15.
All right, take care, brother.
Take it easy, guys.
Anthony.
Bye.
Yeah.
What else is going on?
What else is going on, Scott?
Yeah, I mean, we're prepping for BGG spring.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh,
what,
yeah.
a month and a half.
I remember that old convention.
God
We
The
got
damn.
kid, she
cruise.
keeps mentioning, "Oh, I got Dead Reckoning in the mail today." I think she said it like 3 or 4 times now.
I know.
Yeah, great. You got Dead
somehow
Reckoning.
missed it. I tried
for
to,
you.
and they don't have.
I
it.
got my Keeper at Sea expansion. Showed up
Keeper at sea.
for
Yeah.
Keeper the Keeper
I
at Sea
do.
the expansion.
Oh, you
for
know, I wanted to talk about the Brandon Sanders thing. Like, I don't understand it.
I don't know
What?
anything about it.
The $30 million Kickstarter. Brandon Sanderson.
Oh, Brandon Sanderson books.
I mean, I know he's an author, right? But like, are these? Is he? I
Well,
guess he's
so
popular.
he did like his
Path of
two things.
Time, right? Wheel of Time.
Yeah, no, not Wheel of Time. You're thinking
No.
of the wrong guy.
Oh,
Brandon
okay.
Sanderson, he had the books about like the evil superheroes, and I can't remember the name of the books.
Oh.
And then like and then there was a board game that came out,
I remember
for
that. The Reckoners, right?
The Reckoners, yeah. And then
Mistborn.
he has like the Mists of Time, or I don't know, I can't remember.
Mistborn. Does that make
Mistborn,
you
there you
know?
go, Mistborn. Yeah.
I don't know it.
Which was also, they made a board game out of that, and that was actually a really good board game that showed
I
up and then
remember I played
vanished
that.
and nobody
It
cared.
was way too hard.
Yeah, but
I
that
know
one was
Rado
good
was
too.
big into it.
Who?
Rado. He's
Which
46.
one, Reckoners?
He's 46 and he's got a $40 million. I mean, I'm sure he was already quite wealthy, but like, no. Now here's the deal: is this breaks publishing, in my opinion, the publishing model.
Yeah,
All you
maybe.
need to do is find a printer and a fulfillment company, and the rest of the money is yours, right? I mean, you don't.
Well,
pay
they're
any-
they're doing a lot of
marketing.
extra stuff, right? Where it's like there's
Yeah,
it's
the
called
whole
like a
gift-
year. It's like a
the whole box
year
thing
of
is fun.
Sanderson, so it's like every month you're gonna get like a goodie bag that's sent to them. So
Come
there's a
on.
lot of
Yeah,
shipping
yeah.
involved.
I don't think this is like a self-publishing.
But is
deal,
that
yeah.
included? Does anybody know anything about it?
But no.
But I feel like this breaks publisher. Like, publishers should be really scared.
A publisher, I'm sure they are.
And
for a
it
while.
disrupts the publishing industry.
No, other people try stuff like this in the past. It might, like Stephen King tried the ebook. It was before the time, I think. But
Sure, that was before its time. Now I bet
Yeah,
I bet
they-
the next Stephen King book's gonna be on Kickstarter. Let's bet.
He might be, but I don't know. I don't
40
really
million
think he needs
before the
money.
book is printed.
Yeah, I don't
I mean,
think Stephen
It
King
didn't
really
hurt that
needs-
he had these giant scripts that he set. I mean, obviously he did the writing, but I mean, I'm assuming he did the writing, but set them down on the table like as he's talking, which is kind of fun.
Yeah.
If you watch that video. Board games are no longer the biggest Kickstarter.
Really?
Womp womp.
This is the 40 million, right? I think.
Oh, you mean of all time? I think. Okay.
Rado was big into that Mistborn game, I think.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I just never played it. I still haven't got Zapatec to the table yet.
So so like the first book, Reckoners.
get
I mean,
your
I can't believe they never made
card?
a. I read the first book and I thought it was really good, because like it's like it harkened back to old comic books where it was like each like Superman, kryptonite affects him. Green Lantern can't affect things that are yellow, stuff like that. And each one of these evil superheroes had their one thing that allowed them to be beat. And I remember thinking in the first one, basically the Superman-esque guy, like the main protagonist of the thing, he remembers this main Superman-esque guy or whatever was attacking something, and his dad was killed by him. But he remembers that his dad was a cop, and he actually shot him, and the bullet actually pierced his skin and made him bleed. And so then, and that's the only time anybody ever saw that guy ever get hurt, ever. And so, like, and then of course he killed his dad. And then so for like the entire book, like they're trying to figure out what was the thing his dad had that allowed him to actually hurt, this Superman guy. And I mean, I don't want to spoil it, but I mean, it's an old book, but I don't want to spoil it. But it was the way that they investigate it and when they figure it out I thought was really, really cool.
He actually has a page to say where to start if you're new to his books.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
If you know fantasy,
yeah,
Tom
Tom
Steele,
Basel is a big fan of the Reckoners, if I remember correctly. He
is the Reckoners the thing about the superheroes?
yes.
Okay.
I don't think I've
And I mean,
read
I know you probably don't read because you don't have time, but that they're a very it's a very, very good series of books.
Huh.
They are good, and
I have not read a novel in years.
Yeah, I just started the Stephen King, The Institute, but not that far into it. It's surprising me. I got to learn to read again. Yeah.
you should read more.
What is
It's good
normal
for you.
advances on the book?
What now?
I wonder what his normal advances on a book through a typical, through like a regular publisher.
I don't know
Couldn't
how
tell
that
you.
would work now. Yeah. I'm sure it depends on your name and all, but I don't know. Do you think? Do you think, like Scott, is you're thinking that Kickstarter would do what like iTunes did with the music industry, with the publishing industry, or not to that extent? Yeah.
Did iTunes do anything with the music industry? What did they do?
Oh yeah, that really changed it for like the record companies and all that.
The record companies get paid. I don't know.
Well,
Or no,
now
artists actually getting paid.
yeah, but now the record companies are cutting into like their touring and their merchandise and
I feel
shit.
like it
They never did that before. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in order for a band to make money, I have to tour, right?
Yeah, but is that what you're getting at with the Kickstarter with the
No,
publishing?
I mean, they're basically, I mean, I'm sure a publisher would have loved to have a $40 million influx of cash and paid their whatever percentage rates they pay to authors.
Yeah.
Because publishers take on the risk of publishing the book, right? Printing it, making it available, doing marketing, all that stuff.
Yeah.
That didn't happen here. So at least I don't think so. I mean, if you get a printer and a fulfillment company, that's probably way less money than a publisher would take.
I don't know. It's a physical thing. It's not like the music. You get digital now. I don't know. Like the board game industry went through this at one point with Kickstarter. I'm sure. I'm sure the established publishers were really concerned.
Well, Kickstarter knocks out the stores
now, but I mean,
forever.
Back then when Kickstarter first started, and it Kickstarter changed the way board games are made, no doubt. Yeah.
Well, sure. Lowered the barrier to entry. Right?
Yeah.
You need to convince a publisher to spend their money to make a game.
Yeah.
Now,
and I
that's
mean,
not the case anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
Or the publisher doesn't have to risk their own money.
Yeah. So yeah, and it did weed out a lot of publishers. Yeah. Or not weed out.
Too many.
Yeah.
It lowered the barrier, right? So if you want to publish, self-publish, you can do it.
I mean, that's just one of those things where you're cutting out the publisher. I mean, and it's just like, I don't know, maybe they need to be. I don't know. It's just, I can't see more people going, and I can't see people replicating this, right? People will try. People absolutely will try.
The big authors, I will 100% replicate this. I guarantee you by the end of the year, there will be another big author. Sorry, not publisher, author replicating this.
Like somebody like Stephen King or something will be like, here's 4 books.
I don't know about Stephen King. I don't think he really makes shit for money. It's maybe the novelty of it.
I bet he does. But he's a powerful thing.
Yeah.
I don't think he's doing it for his health.
Weren't you listening to Chris? There's people that just won't.
They just
No,
wouldn't
but
make
I'm
art.
yeah, Stephen King. I would think would be one of them, but I think he might do it for the novelty of it because he is, he's done like I said, the plant and all that. The
Who are the
ebook.
top selling authors these days? Modern.
Modern?
Top selling book authors. Modern day.
What do you mean, fictional?
Well, I mean, I mean, I
in
don't.
general, yeah.
William Shakespeare, Agatha Christie. Just kidding. I don't want all time. Stephen King is the top selling book author right now. J.K. Rowling, John Grisham, James Patterson, Daniel Steele, Dean Koontz. Are they all alive? Stanley
Most
alive.
of them are.
J.K. Rowling, John Grisham, James Patterson, Daniel Steele, Dean Koontz, R.L. Stein, Anne Rice is dead. Nora Roberts, dead.
Yeah.
George R.R. Martin. George R.R. Martin.
He wakes like the dead. He slows the dead.
Kickstart that last book.
Him, I could see doing it. Yeah.
But no, the whole thing with this is Sanderson had the 4 books written. They were done.
Right. You don't think there's authors out there right now that have books ready?
Yeah.
I probably do. I mean, everybody had the same pandemic, right? Like they had couldn't go anywhere. So.
True.
Anyway.
I mean, I'm not saying no. I'm just saying that
sure.
It's I mean, yes, somebody will copy it in the future. I just don't see people having the same. I mean, it'll be tough. It'll be tough for them to replicate it, right? I mean, it'll
yeah, maybe not 40 million, maybe 1 to 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. Now he's doing that box, the goodie box, right? So that probably brings in a lot of extra cash. I don't know. Did either of you guys look at the campaign? What it costs and stuff? I'm just curious. I almost wanted to back it just to see. I mean, I'm not gonna back it.
Yeah,
I don't.
I just sort of
really
wanted
have
to
any
see what it
interest.
was, but I don't really care. It'll be junk I'll be throwing away.
I think Forrest brought this up last week or week before.
Quarterly books is $60, so you get 4 books for $60. Oh, those are audiobooks.
Audio
And ebooks. So 160 for hardcover. 200 for all formats, which is weird. 360 for a year. A themed swag box. So you get 4 books and then the other 8 months swag box.
Okay.
380 is all the audio books and a themed swag box. The other, well, I don't get it.
So you get what, the hardback,
Let me see what the
and-
all-in is.
and the ebook.
A year of Sanderson, all formats, and so all the books, all formats, and then you get a year of swag. Oh no, 8 months of swag.
Okay.
Why would you buy that? Well, apparently 17,224 backers did for 500 bones. Crazy.
Money.
That's a lot of money. You should sell some signed copies for thousands of dollars a piece.
I'm sure you will.
There's no signed copies that I can see.
That's the next Kickstarter. Yeah, how much is a hardback? Does anybody know?
$40-$50.
I'm trying to.
I remember
So
when
4
books. I mean,
hardbacks.
I don't know. I might be once again. Remember when books were cheap?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. This
Now
is
I
$20.
like well, once a month I go to Barnes and Noble and I take my kids and my wife. We go there and and the thing is, it's just like find a book that you actually will read, and if it's something to read, and it's just like, and the thing is I'll go around and I'll be like, oh, this book looks neat, and I'll pick it up, and it's like, oh, it's a softcover fantasy novel that was released in the last year or so. Yeah, $14. What? I used to buy my pulp. Yeah, $5.
Yeah, $4.99.
Yeah. That one's 20.
I
That
have-
Stephen King one.
I have a grandfathered Audible account from the year 2000. So I paid $12 a month for 2 titles. That's my money right there. I've had it since the year 2000. I've got like 400 books in my Audible account that I don't listen to. But I can't cancel it because now it seems like someday I'm gonna listen to these books.
I used to listen to a
Although
lot
Michelle's
of
using it more now than me.
Yeah,
It's only her books that we buy now. I don't buy anything for myself.
I still listen to that a lot when I drove to work at the Audible books. It was an hour drive. But...
back when my girlfriend lived in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and I still lived in Fargo. I told this story before. I mean, just there was the video store. That was like one of the last things on the way out of town. You know, getting on the highway and heading to Minneapolis, St. Paul, and it was a video store that you could rent books on tape. And I'd go and it'd be like
of 19 cassettes in a box. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and it was just like, oh, well, I'll get, Timothy Zahn, Star Wars novel. And it was just like, that's cool. And I, throw it in there because because as you're traveling, like radio stations would go in and out,
Yeah.
You can, so to sit there and listening to Star Wars things and because I got a 4-hour drive ahead of me, it definitely passes the time. It is way relaxing in my opinion.
Yeah, the deal gaming. I could see doing very well here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scott,
what is the mood of board game BGG Spring? Is it more laid back than
laid back? Yeah, very laid back.
A lot more.
Yeah.
Is more kids? A lot. Yeah.
I will be
like young kids.
There's like maybe 50 kids, but you won't see them.
Right back.
Okay.
I mean, you might see one or two, but it won't be. It's not a kiddie con.
Yeah, maybe next year. I'll need a test run for a con. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like BGG Con except like way scaled down.
Okay.
As far as like the speed of it, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe that.
Physically, I don't know if I can handle them anymore. Yeah.
Sure.
It's not only that. It's Jen calls it project mode. Once I get my mind set on something, I'll do it until it's done. It's nonstop. I don't eat half the time. It's like I'll push myself too far. But yeah, maybe next year. We'll see. I don't know. She wants to go on another fucking cruise.
Well, we got the BGG cruise in July.
No, hell no. I couldn't handle it. I couldn't. The heat would kill me.
I don't get off the boat.
I went. Well, granted, it was the jungle.
I mean, I've seen every port we're going to many times already, so I don't have any reason
to get off the boat.
I don't care. I mean, I care, but I don't care. You know what I mean?
I'd had to get off the boat, at least at the port, just because, I spent all that money to get on a boat, to go somewhere. But I like.
Yeah, I don't have that feeling anymore. Like I originally thought I got to go off the ship every time and go see everything, but like now I don't really care.
Really? Oh yeah,
I've been to Cozumel like 10 times.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't need to go there anymore.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We went to the ruins. I haven't seen Chichen Itza, but I don't want to travel the entire day for 1 hour in Chichen Itza and travel the entire day back to get home. To get back. I don't care.
Yeah, Jen and I were talking about. I think if we were going to do
like a
that,
4 hour. It's like a boat ride and a 4-hour bus ride to go there, and then it's the same way back.
Yeah,
it's too far.
Yeah, I think that would be just a specific trip. I did see the little ruins. That was pretty interesting. Just
which ruins did you see? Ruins of Tulum?
The one on the island. The what the hell was it called?
I don't know what they're called.
I'll have to look them up. I can't remember.
Not on the mainland.
No, it's on the island. I didn't have a passport, so I couldn't leave the island anyway.
It's on the island.
So
what are we gonna do?
So was I, to be honest with you. That's because when Jen brought this up, I was like, I don't have a passport, and we only got like 3 or 4 months. I was like,
where else did you go? It was Cayman.
Just Cozumel. We were supposed to go to one of the Keys, but they canceled that early on. Yeah, well, the COVID stuff was still going on. That variant was ramping up.
How many did you only get?
We only went to Cozumel and back.
Yeah, okay.
But it didn't bother. It was other than the last night, some stuff happened, but that wasn't the cruise's fault. That was just a flashback from the trains. I enjoyed it. Other than the heat, I think if we were to go down there, I'd do it differently. I'd have to acclimate to it a little more. you know, because I went from 20-degree weather here at like 6 a.m.
Oh yeah, no,
to
it sucks. It's hot.
75, and then it was like
Yeah,
95.
I haven't told
by the time
Michelle
I
yet,
got
but
there.
I will break it to her that I will not be getting off the ship.
And
I've
I was
been
talking
indoors for 2 straight years and barely outside at all. I'm not going into the 100-degree weather.
Yeah, that's what I was talking to one of the guys. He was like, it's 104 here in July and August. I'm like, no way.
Yeah, it's crazy hot.
And then, like I said, this road was in the jungle, which in my mind, the jungle was different, but it was even hotter there. You know, I have no idea what it was.
I wonder
there.
which ruin you went. Did you go to the Temple of the Sun God?
No, it was on.
Was
I'll
it
have to look
green?
it
Really
up.
green?
No, it was it was like a temple for their fertility, or not fertility, it's
Oh,
motherhood.
that's right. You said it was.
Give me a minute, I'll look it up. But it was interesting.
The ruins are awesome, but I think I'm good.
Yeah, I'm sure if you went there 10 times, I'd be done. You know,
I haven't been there 10 times. I've been there at least 5
Well, yeah.
through my entire life as a kid and as an adult.
Is it like that on every island? Is it like the heat and humidity that bad on every island? Or
Yeah, God, I was so mad when we went to so we paid to go to a resort and the bus didn't have any air conditioning. I was so pissed off. I was like, ugh. Yeah,
El Cedro.
but then you're on the beach and it's not hot. It's like cool.
Okay.
I mean, it's not hot. It's not cold, but it's not hot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, El Cedro. Is it? I don't
I
know.
don't know that name. Okay. Trying to remember where else we've been. Jamaica was fine because we were in the waterfall. But climbing the waterfall, I didn't realize how strenuous it would be. It's pretty strenuous. And then ocean kayaking after that. So you go up the waterfall and then you get a kayak and you go out in the ocean. I was beat that day, man. I was tired.
I'm sure. Yeah.
And then we had lunch at the James Bond beach, which I think is in Jamaica.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there's a little beach, private beach, and this was great. I mean, it's terrible, but it was so crazy. The tour guides were like, "Oh, you got to jump in the water hole." I mean, it's literally like it's a hole in the, like, you travel maybe like not even a quarter mile. It's like maybe 500,000 feet inland in the forest or into the jungle, and there's a hole to jump in. That's water. It's ice cold. And everybody's like, "We got to do it. You got to do it. You got to do it." Okay, so the whole group jumped in. Last lady jumped over the hole and landed on the rocks on the other side and broke her ankle.
Oh,
which puts a damper on the day.
Oh yeah, definitely.
By the way,
and
then the rest of the crew was in a wheelchair.
Oh, yeah.
That sucked. I would have been mad if
Oh,
because they kind of like peer pressured everybody, and everybody did it, and I'm like, are we gonna do it? Okay, let's do it. We jump in, and it's like, and you go down real far, like you're like, shit, it's real far, and then you push yourself up from the ground, and you come up, and you're like, okay, I'm getting out of the hole now, and then the next person jumps in, and we were like the last two, me and Michelle, and then the next couple, he jumped in, and then she jumped, and she did this weird, like, when you like jump and you're like, oh, you're not fully committing, but then she overcommitted and pushed herself really far and went on landed on the rocks. I was right there, watched the whole thing. It's like, oh, and the guys jump in to grab her. Anyway,
yeah,
that sounds awful.
That was the ocean kayaking trip.
One of the ladies we went on the
it was
island.
Fun up to that point.
There was sea nodes, I think they call them, but it was like the same thing. They're basically sunken water reservoirs, and they were jumping through, and they were trying to talk me and Jen, and I'm like, there's no way in hell I'm doing that because I can't climb out of it. First of all,
and this was 20 years ago. I mean, wow. Not quite 20, but 17 years ago when we did this, when we first got married, right? It was the honeymoon. Like, I would not do that today. Nope.
People are nuts. Yeah. But I
got jumping into a black hole of water that I don't know what's going on in there, and like all the rocks everywhere. I can pass.
So what was your favorite cruise so far, Scott?
Alaska
Was it? Jen would like to go there. I like to
by a
not
million
necessarily on a
miles.
cruise.
By a million miles, it was awesome. Eat crab like every day, or well, we didn't eat crab every day, but we ate it like in a couple places, which was king crab, which is Alaskan king crab is like fucking A. It's awesome. It's the lobster of crab. And we saw whales. We went to the Mendenhall Glacier.
Okay, cool.
We saw, what else did we do? We went up the train that goes up the mountain and to Canada and back.
The one by Anchorage?
Oh yeah.
No, it's in it's not called.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It loops into Canada and then comes back.
Yeah.
The Klondike or something, or
No, it's something pass.
yeah, I remember seeing a video on that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It was great because it was all BGG, the whole string. And we were taking pictures and we were like leaning off the edge. It's like, there's like this little tiny chain holding me in, and I'm like leaning over and like taking shots down this mountain. Which, thinking back on it, like if that chain gave way, I would be dead.
Yeah,
but I didn't feel like any danger there.
But at the time,
it was great.
Yeah,
at the time you were like,
oh, it was exhilarating, man. I
YOLO!
I loved every minute of it. Damn, what was that real? Something pass, white pass? No. And we had tables that were facing each other so we could play games on the going up was awesome, and coming the way back down we were kind of like we sort of like got a little bored. Not bored, but like
tired.
Just like, okay, we want to play a game.
Yeah. So how's that work on the cruise? Did they give you like conference rooms on the boat?
Yeah, we have conference.
Okay. That's cool.
Which holds about 200 people. So it's small.
Okay.
Now, from what I've heard, I'm not trying to disparage Dice Tower. They fill almost the whole ship. They fill like half the ship. But I doubt the whole ship can fit into that conference room, right? Like with 200 people, you basically can go to the conference room at any time and play.
Well, would they open up like the atrium or something would they open up other parts of the ship? Like,
yeah, they get other parts of the ship, but yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly because I've not been on it.
Yeah, that'd be a weird.
You can play like in the dining room, but the dining room would shut down at like 3 p.m. for us.
Oh, okay.
Because you can see out the windows and stuff. Like, so a lot of people for the Alaska would go play in the dining room for looking for whales.
Yeah.
But you saw a fair amount of whales for sure. I saw killer whales at one point.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was great.
That would be cool. I'd like to see them in the wild.
Yeah.
I've seen them other places.
Denali, is that the train? Yes, Denali.
Okay. Oh, the cat is snoring. Yeah, Jen actually mentioned the cruise to Alaska. That Hawaii.
It's really great. And it's cool. It's cold. And the sun doesn't go down.
Really?
Very much. It gets dark, but it does not get really dark. You can still see the sun.
What time of the year did you go?
I don't remember. Mid-year, maybe?
Mid-year. Okay.
Summer?
Summer? All right.
Late summer. It was near the end of the season. It's like September.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of Jen's things with that. She doesn't want to go when it's too cold.
Yeah. We got on this weird. There was this guy on the train on the whale tour, and I think he was just sort of a little messed up. And they were talking about. I talked to him for a minute, and he's like, "I go, I saw a killer whale on the ship. Have you seen any killer whales?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, I've seen them. They're killers. They tear it up." Like, well, what? He goes, "Yeah, I saw it on Discovery Channel." Like, okay. They tear up those seals, man. Like, oh, okay. I'm like, all right. Good talking to you.
Great conversation.
He was married to a woman who wanted to move to Alaska because she hates the sun. She wanted to live in the dark the whole week. She was from Pittsburgh. I'm like, huh.
That's
So
weird.
you want to live here in the winter when you'll never see the sun.
Even
Wow.
Pittsburgh half the year is sunny. Yeah. Eh?
It was weird because she dominated the conversation. Because you have this tour guide who's like kind of interacting with everybody,
Yeah.
and she kept talking about how she wanted to live in Alaska and like hibernate or something. I don't know. It was really just this really weird couple. So when this happens, right, no one says a word. Everybody's just listening to her, right? Like, oh my god, who are these people? But we did see whales, like quite a few.
The humpback and
Yep.
what's the other one?
Humpback only on that trip, but I saw killer whales.
Did you see that they removed the humpback whale from the endangered list?
Yes, good.
I did not know that.
Yes, I knew it was close.
So you'll be able to go up right next to them now.
Yeah, you're
They
allowed
had
to
a law
kill.
that if
You're
you
allowed
see
to
a
kill them
humpback
for
whale,
food now.
You're not allowed to get close, which is kind of annoying, right? Because they see them and you're like, okay, shut off the engines, and we'd be like, with my binoculars, I could see it. Like
Yeah.
You're like, I want to be able to pet one. What's going on?
Well, there were some boats that were very close, and the guy's like, yeah, they're breaking the law.
Hmm.
Okay. Well, I want to break the law too.
Yeah. And last time I
They're
checked,
trying
I
to
was,
do
I
right,
was paying
Scott.
for a.
I know, I get it. Whatever.
To see this shit. And
Dude,
You
they don't have
suck at this.
sonars. Yeah, they do.
He also made us do some
Uh-huh.
citizen science.
What is
Like
that?
they go to a place and they dredge up a crate or whatever, and you count everything. And that took like an hour. And I'm like, fuck this. I don't want to do this. It was fun for like the first 5 minutes,
Yeah.
but we were there for a fucking hour. I'm like, this is wasting our time.
yeah, I would be like,
Weird,
yeah,
yeah.
this
They're
is
looking
boring.
for there's this predator crab, not a predator, but like a pest crab. I can't remember what it's called. That will wreck the ecosystem if they find it.
Right.
So they were recording if they found any. I'm like, okay, that's cool, but an hour.
Got to do your part, Scott.
That doesn't sound like fun at all.
It was fun for 5 minutes, and then it took longer
novelty,
and longer.
yeah.
And we went to pick up 2 crates, and I'm like, ugh. How many sea urchins are in the box? How many crabs are in the box? How many whatever?
Back.
It's like, what is this, a game show?
He goes, you just provided information for Noah. I'm like, oh, okay. We paid $100 to do work.
Ah,
Like, let's go look at the whales now.
that, yeah, no doubt. That was the other thing too. Like, my daughter is going to be in a play for Wrinkle in Time, which I think is cool. But like, we got our thing back. It's like, oh, it's like your child was picked to be in this play, and it's like, that's really cool. And it's like, here's the schedule for all these things. I was like, cool, and we'll make sure. And like, actors in the play are required to do at least 15 hours of tech work. Cool, we'll have them do tech, no problem. And then it was like, they are required to sell at least 10 tickets at $10 a piece. Any tickets not sold will be the parents
Charged to the family.
Charged to the family. I was like, fuck you. Just like, you go sell these tickets.
You're already getting free 15 hours of tech work, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and I was like, well, between grandparents and in-laws and what have you,
You'll scratch the other 10 tickets.
We'll scratch together the 10. But I was just kind of like, that's kind of, oh yeah, you're required to do this. Yeah, was this part of the information when you were like, how do these people like try out for the play? It's like, you gotta see here. I gotta tell a story because I was reminded of this. So my daughter, her band, next year they're gonna go to Disney World, and if they want to go, they had to get the permission. Yeah, they had to get permission and all this other stuff, and then basically, it's like a $2,400 to go, and
How
so
much?
then like $2,400, because it's Disney World. It's 2 air flights, and they're gonna stay at Disney World, so it's like, that ain't cheap.
I never got a $2,400 trip when I was a kid.
Well, so
I got a $500 trip. to
You know,
DC.
so here's the deal. So it's like one of those things where it's like, you know, it's paid in monthly installments. They're going to do fundraiser stuff and stuff like that. So we told her, it's like, look, you know, you're lucky enough that, you know, this is something we can afford to do for you. But look, this is a lot of money. This is, you know, it's not an insignificant amount of money, you know. So, you know, I'm not going on the trip. Your brother's not going on the trip. Your mother's not going on the trip. You're going to have to come up with like some way. We're not asking you to like go and work a job or anything, but what are you going to do around the house? You know, what are you going to do around the house to like,
Offset.
Yeah.
How old is
Offset.
she?
She's 14. Be 15 this summer.
Good for you, Lance.
So, you know, and so she has till Sunday to come back to us and say, this is my plan. And like I said, and like we were like, we could set up chores and the chores can be worth a certain dollar amount. And what I suggested was like, you know, it's $2,500. It's like, we'll give you, you know, I was like, you know, we're going to pay for it. But I said, every dollar you make over $2,000, we will give you as spending money for the trip. So it's one of those things where it's like, what can she do around the house? You know, there's certain things. Like I said, you can mow the lawn. Every time you mow the lawn, it's $50. I was like, yeah, I mean,
Wow,
well,
things have changed.
If I hired a lawn service, it'd be more, right? You know, so it's like, you know, and it's like, but she hates mowing the lawn. She's like, I don't really want to mow the lawn. I was like, that's a good way to start off the attitude about this plan. It's already telling me that you don't want to do something. But regardless, you know,
I mean, do you guys vacuum the house, like clean the toilets?
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff.
Make the beds, do laundry. I mean, I'd put it to work.
Yeah.
Slave driver Scott.
Well, here's the thing: we have not. I mean, Michelle and I always had a cleaning person, and we haven't had one for 2 years. And you can tell this place is a fucking sty.
Yeah,
I'm thinking
I look
about
around and I
hiring
see dirt all over the place, and Michelle doesn't see it. Like she's like, "What? I don't see it." Oh well, okay. Well, I'm a little more. I don't know what the word is.
Well, so
is
so
Michelle back to work or?
Oh yeah, she's been working
out of the house.
No, I wanted to tell my story. Damn it!
Oh, I thought you were done.
No, I'm not
So
even
did I.
close to being done. So
not even
Go
close.
in, Scott.
Not even
wrap
close
it
to
up
being
at 1
done.
a.m.
So
Grab some coffee.
so there's like so the whole thing was, it was like there was a thing where it's like, if you as a parent wanted to be a chaperone for the trip, like you could sign up as well, but then it would cost you the same amount of money.
No, 24.
And so, you know, and so so one of the running jokes that we talk about, and I'm thankful my mom went to bed because she's not gonna hear this, is that when I was a senior in high school, my jazz band went to Europe. And we volunteered all this time.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, and my mom got asked to be a chaperone, like, because she had volunteered all this time, and God bless her, she did. She volunteered all kinds of time for the jazz band, for fundraisers, you know, going to basketball games and selling popcorn and you know, all the whole 9 yards. And at the time, I was really annoyed that I was in Europe and like, you know, 60 kids and like my mom is on the trip. You know, so it's like anytime I was screwing around, she'd be like, Lance, you stop that right now. You know, just like yelling at me. And I can honestly say, like, as a 50-year-old man, I have like really good memories of a few situations of, you know, my mom and I in Europe that I can't, that'll be with me for the rest of my life. Right. And if she hadn't gone with it. At the time, I didn't appreciate it. But it's a good thing. And I have a picture of the two of us, you know, she, you know, doing the side hug and somebody taking a picture of us in front of the Eiffel Tower. It's like one of my favorite pictures. It's just like, it's just a nice picture.
Yeah, but Disney World ain't nothing.
Yeah. So here's the deal. So
I'm surprised people
I jokingly,
like
so
Disney World,
I had my daughter believing for a good day that I was gonna go as a chaperone.
Who's coming?
Yeah, I was like, and she was
scared.
like, yeah, didn't you say that you hated that? I was like, yes, but I learned to really appreciate it. And I was just like, and your mother's thinking about doing it too. And then she started like going, and I was like, so what are you trying to say? That like, your mom's like grandma, and she's like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I better tell your mother, and I had her, I mean, I'm not, I said, I'm not going to go, it's like, I'm not going, your mother's not going, it's like, I'm not going to go to Disney World to hang out with a bunch of like 16 and 17 and 15-year-old kids. That's not my idea of a good time. And it certainly isn't my idea of spending $2,500 on going good time. So, but
You could bring two people on BGG cruise for 2,500.
but I've talked about past transgressions of how I got fucked over. And this one, all of a sudden, I remembered distinctly when we were raising money for that trip to Europe.
Yes.
We got this stuff.
Chocolate. You're selling chocolate or something?
No, we sold coupon books.
Right,
Like
coupon books.
Yes, coupon books, and they were $10. And the thing was, it was like, and it got beaten into us over and over again. Like, you need to sell X number of, like, there was like a certain number, like you had to sell 100
Get a quota.
coupon books. You had to sell 100 coupon books. And if you didn't sell 100 coupon books, you're going to have to make up the rest of the money. Like, so, because it was like $1,000, right? And it was just like, and then it was like one of those things where it's like, you have to sell this many. And if you don't do it, it's going to be $1,000. We must have heard that like time and time again. And there were a couple of kids who didn't want to go out because they marked out entire areas of the city of Fargo. And it was like, and this is the block we're going to, and they drop the kids off and they'd start one block and they'd walk down. And it was just like, and they like, oh yeah, it was door to door. Will you like to buy a coupon book so I can go?
Have you seen 8-Bit Christmas?
It was just, no, I haven't. But
you guys gotta watch that movie.
But
man.
I was just,
I didn't hear the name of it.
8-Bit Christmas.
I was just, it was absolutely
miserable
work. Absolutely miserable work. And there were friends of mine who came from more affluent families who just didn't go and do it. And because they're like, yeah, my parents just bought the 100 coupon books, or my dad went to his office and basically got everybody, because he ran a company, and he basically said, everybody's buying a $10 coupon book.
One of them sons of bitches.
Like, yeah, like it was. So
I had so many goddamn candles.
I was just like, this sucks, because I had to go out and do this. But I still remember to this day, there was a guy, he was like 1 year, he was a junior, I was a senior. His name was Sam Hahn. And Sam was an okay, funny guy. He was funny, but I don't say this to be mean, but he did not come from an affluent family at all. But he was just like, yeah, I'm not selling coupon books. I'm not doing it. He just, and like, it was one of those things where it's like, and they kept on, and like, there was a chart. This is back when you could do this to shame people. Like you would get, and after you sold,
do that anymore,
it was like where it was like how many you sold. Like it was just showing
every 10 you block in a
you're like blocking off a thing,
Gold
and
star.
it was like, and how pay me, and then there's the line, the finish line that you got to that, and then I just remember this too. They said once you got to 100 books sold, you didn't have to go out and do the door to door, and I was like, legitimately one of like the 6th or 7th kid you get to 100 books, because I was just like, I'm just gonna do this, and I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna get it done, and then I'll be done. I won't have to do any more of the stupid fundraising. And after like 4 weeks of doing it, I got my 100 books, and I was like, I'm not done. And then they changed, and they said, well, now it's like, we're still going to have you go out and sell the books. And then like, and the reasoning it's like, well, you're really good at selling them. Why wouldn't we have you go out there and keep doing it so you could raise money? And I was just like, and of course I was like, I'm not doing it anymore. This sucks. I don't like it, And I was just, but here it was. And like every single time, like they were like, okay. And then Tuesday night, it'll be so-and-so, 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 and Sam Hahn. You need to be at the school at 3:30, and then we're going to take you to this area. And every single time, Sam Hahn just didn't show. He just didn't show every single time. He just no-showed, and he no-showed, and he no-showed, and he no-showed. And his book sold was just stuck at like 7 forever. It never, his bar never moved. And here my bar and other kids' bars are going way beyond 100 books. They're just going click, 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 going higher and higher and higher every single time, right? And I remember I was just sitting there and I was like, well, it's like, you're not going to get to go on the trip. And it was just kind of like, and then it was just like one of those things where it's like, you're not going to be able to go, man. That sucks. And he's like, nah, don't let me go. He was just like, and I was like, dude, they said you can't. If you don't raise the money, you don't get to go. And so then all of a sudden one day, the chart, when we went, the chart was gone. It was just gone. It was no longer there. But we were still heading out and going and something. And then like a couple of days later, because they had said, okay, the people that don't hit 100, they're either going to have to buy the books themselves, and like, or there was some other thing that there are going to be other fundraising opportunities that they're going to be able to make up for. And so then they came down, and then there was like, so they had an after school meeting, and they said every single member, there were 3 different jazz bands, and so all 3 jazz bands, so it's like like 65, 70 kids.
What did you play?
I play trombone. My daughter actually plays my trombone. She's in jazz band and normal band, and she actually plays my trombone. I still had it. I went and had it refurbished and everything, and it was cool. I even picked it up and I played it. I can still play a pretty good song. Anyway, but so we all were sitting there, and they came in, and then there was this thing, and they were talking about this is where our funding is, and and then they were just like, and they had this moment where it was just like they can't name the person by name. But they were basically saying, so, because like everybody had heard that like Sam's going to get to go. Sam's going to go. He didn't do the fucking fundraising, but he's going to get to go. This is bullshit. It was like, this is crap. And so then I remember Mr. Severson, the teacher, he's like, so there's been a lot of real ugly rumors going around about the fact that like, some people may not have hit the 100 books sold for the trip, and we have a policy that if they don't hit that, they had to, the books had to be purchased anyway by the person that didn't hit that. And it's like, and but there's been a rumor that going around that like some of these people have refused to pay that money, but they're still going to go on the trip, and we just want to put this ugly rumor to bed. It was like, you're talking about Sam. You're talking about Sam. Everybody knows you're talking about Sam. So we just don't think this is just ugly, and it's making everybody feel bad. So I'm just going to say right now, said is that there may be a few people that haven't reached 100, but they're really close. They're really close, and and the thing is that I mean those people, they're going to get to go on the trip. It's like you're talking about Sam, and he's 93 books short. It isn't like he isn't at like 94. He's like, those people are still going to go, but just so you know that there's going to be fundraising opportunities in the future that they are going to be required to attend, or else they will not be able to go on any more trips or anything, to involve with the, and it's just like, and these people, we've spoken to them, and they understand what's going on, and they know that they didn't toe the line, and they feel very bad about what they did. And I was like, no, Sam doesn't care. I know Sam doesn't give a shit about this. He doesn't care at all. And you're full of shit, Mr. Stevenson, because you didn't talk to him. So we get down to the thing, and I went over, so Sam, what's doing? He's like, yeah, they didn't talk to me. And I was just like, so are you be doing extra? Yeah, they said I'd do extra fundraising next year, but I'm not going to take jazz band next year. So fuck this thing. He's like, I have to go to Europe, but I didn't have to do anything. And I was just like, it's like,
it would have been awesome if they didn't let him go.
I wasn't, and it wasn't one of those things where I was like, Sam, you suck. I wasn't mad at him, because he was just like,
yeah, he's exploiting the system.
You're the idiot. It's like, yeah. and he even said, you're a senior. What were they going to do? It's just like, it's like you had a blank slate, man. You could have gone, it's just like, I was just like, you,
where's Sam now?
Yeah,
I have no idea. But I do remember also the secondary thing about that Europe trip. One of the things I remember is that like the whole thing was if you're 18, you could drink, right, in Germany. But the thing was, it was like we were required, like you can't drink, you can't get any, and so we did our 3-week tour or whatever, and went all over the place, and we knew for a fact that there were several people in the jazz band, like in Jazz 3, which was the top level jazz band, which was what I was in. There were like 5 or 6 of people that we all knew were going to bars and having beers, right? And I didn't do it because I was a straight arrow back then.
Your mom was there.
Yeah, and plus, yeah, I was a square, and so, but it was like I was a decent trombonist, but like there was a guy who I'm still really good friends with who was like super good playing trombone. We had a guitarist that was amazing. We had a drummer that was pretty amazing. We there were like and these guys were all really good friends, and they were the ones they were going to the bars and they were drinking, and everybody knew they were. And the thing was, it was like, and Miss Severson had like read the riot act. If I catch anybody drinking, you're going home. I don't care what it costs. You're getting on a plane and you're going home. Well, it's just like, and everybody knew they were, and I know for a fact, several people that I knew ratted on them and told them, it's like, yeah, they're drinking. But like, we were going to jazz festivals, and these were like 5 or 6 of his like top level musicians, and it was like, and he just didn't do anything about it. And like, this was my first page of awakening of adults lie to kids. They say what they have to get past it. And then his big thing at the end of the day was that when we got done with our last day was in London, and then the next day we were leaving, and so then each person got from like the tour company, we got like some sort of ridiculous piece of paper. It was it was worthy of like framing or whatever, and it was just something about like a citizenship thing. Like we were, a good representative for the United States.
Ambassadors.
Yeah, just like, we were like, we toured Europe, and during the entire time we held ourselves to high esteem and didn't embarrass like the United States. It was complete and total crap, right? Yeah, it was a bunch of bullshit. And so they handed it, and our tour guide signed it for each of us, each one. It had our name printed on it, and it was signed. And then there was a blank for like the spot for word signature of the teacher or whatever, the person. And none of them were signed. And like, so all of them got handed out. And then everybody left, and then so like after, and then the tour guide left, and John Severson like said, you each got to play. I just want everybody to look at theirs right now. You'll notice that there's a part that's blank. I didn't sign anybody's paper. That's because it has come to my attention. He's like today, like in the last day of the year, that there are people that engaged in behavior that I don't condone whatsoever. So this evening, I'm going to come to each person's room, and I'm going to have a discussion where we can talk about the trip. And then you can choose, and you can tell me whether or not you believe that I should sign that piece of paper for you. Whatever. Sure. And so I remember I was like sitting there, and I was in my room, and I had like I had like 2-3 buddies that we were all in the room, we were watching TV or whatever. And he came to it, and he said, does anybody have any questions about it? And I flat out said, so I said, here's the deal. I said, I played by the rules from the get-go. I was like, I sold, because I ended up being like 3rd or 4th in books sold. I sold like over 300 books. I was like, I sold a ton of books, and I realized now that I basically sold those books so other people who didn't sell the books could go. And it's like, that didn't do me any good. And I said, and then I find out that like a ton of people like were drinking, and you swore you were going to send them home. And, it's like, I didn't rat them out to you, but I know people who did, and you didn't do anything about that. He's like, that didn't happen, Lance. And I was like, okay, so either you're lying to me, or like 7-8 people who said they talked to you about it are lying. And he's like, well, all I can tell you is that I did not know anything about that. And it's only recently that somebody has said. And I was like, okay. And then he was just like, and he was like, well, I don't have any more questions then. It's like, okay, well, have a good night. And I was like, are you going to sign my piece of paper? He's like, well, you didn't ask me to sign it. And I was like, I'm one of the few people that actually did what they were supposed to. And I mean, I was just kind of like, whatever. And I was just like, but I mean, I wish I'd been a little bit older, but I remember being very annoyed. And that was like the first time I ever like got my eyes opened up just a little bit to like the
The
true
way the
levels
world
of,
works.
oh yeah, the true
Yeah.
levels of just bullshit. I mean, because it was just like, it was one of those things too where he had brought his wife because they had never been on a honeymoon ever. And so it was like there were all these like different things that we ended up doing that we didn't have, the kids didn't have any interest in doing, but he wanted to do as like a trip because he wanted to do it with his wife. And so we ended up doing this stuff that like kids had no interest in doing. You know, we ended up spending like one day in we ended up having one day in Germany when like that was like the one place I wanted to be like more than ever. You know, I mean, I remember we ended up like we were in some
Spoiled fucking brat.
like
What city did you go to?
like diamond factory or something.
Oh,
And like so we went to this cool diamond factory, which was cool. We got to see how they like make diamonds and stuff like that. I thought that was neat, right? And then we left, right? And then we waited in a bus for nearly 3 hours while him and his wife, like, because his wife never got a wedding ring. Him and his wife picked out a brand new, like, picked out an actual wedding ring for her. 'cause
what
she had
city
never
was
got-
this?
I don't remember. It was just, but I remember it was just, there was a ton of stuff that I was just annoyed. Switzerland was fun. France was kind of cool. England was fun. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, that was, like I said, that was the first step of like everybody's full of shit. Didn't just, it's just the way of the world.
They're doing what they can to get by.
Yeah, I get it. But I mean, like I said, we ascribe certain levels of we expect a certain amount of something out of people that we hold into some sort of authority that we grant them above us, right? And then all of a sudden it comes to kind of a crashing halt when that level of they don't actually prove to be worthy of the amount of respect and power that we give them, that because they're just human and they're fallible. And so like I think that's like when you get really annoyed, is when you have situations where people end up like, oh, well, you were supposed to, you gave me your word that this is how things are going to work, and then they didn't work out like that, and you didn't actually follow through because it wasn't in your best interests. So I guess it's just a bunch of BS. I mean, that's like, I remember.
Bunch of BS. That's the
Bunch of
world.
BS.
Well, no, and it's just like everybody's had a job like that, right? You've had a boss that like, tried to tell you that this was like the company line and everything like that. And then you found out that they were just like completely checked out anyway. So it was just like, they didn't care. I mean, one of the best bosses I ever had when I worked at US Bank was, she just said, just do your job and make it so I don't have, what'd she say? She said, as long as I never have to come over here and correct you, she said, I'll give you the maximum raise and maximum bonus every single year. Just, you say, if you're gonna screw around, do it so nobody knows. It was just like, all right, good luck. Just like, and she was my boss for 3 years, and I didn't and nobody ever came over to me and tell me anything that I was doing wrong. So every year it was like, here's your max bonus, here's your max raise. Thanks for making it so you weren't a problem for me. Just like, I guess that was somebody who was just completely checked out. They were just like, I'm not here to improve you. I don't care to improve you. I don't want to make something out of you. I just don't want you to make my life harder. and I had to appreciate the how candid she was. But not exactly a leader.
Yeah.
She didn't want to be. She's there to collect the check, doing what she has to do.
Yeah, I remember.
How much of the world is like that, I wonder?
A lot, Scott.
A lot.
I'm sure, yeah.
I was talking.
Unfortunately.
I was at my tattoo artist today, and I was talking to him about a lot of things, and this is a longer story that I really can't know. Maybe I'll tell it later.
Quick, make it quick.
Yeah, no. Next week. Remind me about the tattoo artist, like why he had to move, like his tattoo part. It's a good story. Anyway, but I was talking about
his office or move
his the whole deal. The whole, like they were in a location. Their business was a location for 26 years, and they had to move it, and they had to move it now. I'll tell the story next week. It's an interesting
Okay.
story, and it affects a lot of things actually. But no, like we were talking about stuff, and like we were talking about like how life changes, right? And how things like, you know, in your 20s, you're like go, and you gotta, I mean, I remember in my 20s, like I was always looking for the next fun thing to do, like what's the next cool thing I can do. And if I wasn't doing that fun cool thing, I was like, I'm wasting my time. Why am I not doing a fun cool thing right now? And then in my 30s, I, you know, it was kind of like a more like I had cultured my list down. These are like the 10 things that I really like. And I want to make sure I'm doing these 10 things as much as possible. I don't really want to find a new thing. I just want to do these 10 things. And then when I got into my 40s, like I was down to like my highest level of return. Yeah, my highest level of return is if I do these 4 to 5 things. Like it's fun, you know. So these are like the 4 to 5 things. I mean, yeah, I can maybe do like the 6th or 7th thing, but that the return of fun just isn't there. But these like 4 or 5 or 3 to 5 things, like I can always guarantee I'm getting a real, my rate of investment or return on investment is high. And I said, now that I'm 50, I'm just like, I mean, I know what I want to do. Just leave me alone. Just like, you know, somebody's like,
everybody's not like you.
Yeah. Here's this new thing. Yeah. You know, just like, you have fun with that. You know, I don't want to learn whatever the new music is. I know what kind of board games I enjoy.
Do you think you'll ever make a friend, a lifetime friend ever again?
I think you have a chance at making lifetime friends when you're in a home in your 70s. You know, because there isn't much lifetime left.
I guess.
But I mean, no, I mean, it's just like, no, I mean, I can't imagine.
Like I feel like I could be friends with our neighbors across the street because they're sort of, well, like I feel like they're like a little bit older than us, but not really. But I don't think we'll ever be friends. You know what I mean? Because like it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I mean, why would I met one of my daughter's friends' dads the other day because I drove her to the place and she was going to hang out. They're going to do some baking or something, and I got there and the guy like basically was about, you know, big giant long beard, backwards ball cap on, you know, and after talking to him for like 5 minutes, I found out that we both like fishing, we both like being at the lake, we both really enjoyed, you know, not everything, you know, I was like, this is somebody I could sit down and probably have a steak and a beer with, and I probably enjoy the entire conversation with, but I have no interest in doing that. Zero. I have zero interest in trying to like find a way for me and you to hang out with more. And neither that guy had the same, probably had the same feeling. Like it wasn't like,
yeah. I mean, it's like,
it just,
to fit someone in your life now these days, it's like, it's close to impossible, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just like I have the 4 guys or 5 guys that I play D&D with every weekend, and you know, that's my thing, right? I mean, I have a couple of friends that I call on the phone just to chit chat about whatever and talk baseball or football or something. You know, I talk to my older brother every once in a while. You know, I just, but yeah, man. I mean, it's just like it's making friends as young people's work.
Yep.
I've really discovered that too. Like, and it isn't that like there's people like, I liken it to the classic, like the whole thing about it in the board game world that we have is the whole like, hey, we got to play a game next convention, and then the follow-up story that, no, really, this time I really mean it. Let's sit down and play a game. We're not going to play. You know, just like, you know why? Well, and here's the reason why. It's because like, here's like, and I'm not going to name names because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but like, there are people that I consider to be really good friends in the board game world who I have had that exact conversation with repeatedly, like, next time we should really play a board game together. And the thing is that it's not going to happen. You know why? Because you have 3-4 people that you always play board games with, and those are the people you play those board games with. at conventions, I have my 3-4 people who, like you're one of them, Scott. It's just like it's just like I consider both you and Scott, Barry and Scott. I mean, I consider you really good friends. I mean, it sucks that I live closer. I'd probably hang out with you more if I live closer to you. But it's like when I go to a convention and neither of you are there, I'm going to end up playing board games with you guys. I'm not going to go seek out a rando to sit down and play, and not even a rando. It's somebody I know, somebody that like I probably could talk to and have fun. But it's one of those things where it's like I don't have any frame of knowledge to like really play a game with you. I don't know if we're going to mesh well. I don't know if it's going to be fun. And so, but why? So why wouldn't I just, once again, it's my return on investment on this. What can I guarantee myself? If I sit down and I'm like, hey, I'm going to play a board game, and it's I'm at BGG Con, and it's going to be me, Scott, Barry, and Chris Cluey. Okay, we know the 4 of us are going to have fun. It's just like we're going to have fun. We're going to play this game. We're going to cut it. We're going to make fun of each other, and it's going to be good. Now, you throw a random in there. Well, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, you're here. You can play, but you're also like, maybe not. I don't know. World's weird. Like, I mean, can you imagine like if like I could imagine like if we had a room that was like we could play board games at a convention and it was like Forrest and Aldi and Barry and Anthony and me and Matthew. Like the people that are on the show, like we'd be having a blast ordering in pizzas, drinking Diet Dr. Pepper and having fun. And would we have had more fun if we had like headed out to like a big board game room and just found some random people to sit down and play a game?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Well,
I guess it depends on the type
Maybe.
of person you are too. Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, I could sit down and play a game with anybody. One of the things my wife says about me, and it's compliment, she's just like, she said, you can be comfortable sitting down with anybody and you can talk to anybody about anything. And it's just like, and you just have that she said, you either just don't have the ability to be worried about what that person thinks of you, or you're just able to like make them feel good about talking to you, about talking about their life, about talking to things. And she's like, I don't have that. I get super anxious that I'm going to embarrass myself or I'm going to say something stupid or whatever. I'm just like, I don't know. Probably because I made myself look stupid so many times. I just don't care anymore. But I've also said, you'll change. You'll get older. You'll change. It'll be different.
Yeah, maybe.
Dude, I can remember being super scared about talking to anybody. I can remember being like 21 or 22 and people telling me, hey, we're going to meet at this bar. And if I got to the bar and I didn't see their car in the parking lot, I would sit in my car until they got there. And then I'd go in. I'd be so scared to go in that bar by myself. I was like, what's going to happen? I'll be in there all by myself and there'll be people I don't know. Eventually I got over that. But I mean, I can remember doing that. I can remember pulling up to the bar, not seeing a car, waiting like 20 minutes and then just going home. Instead of like just popping my head into the bar to see if I see anybody. Like, you have that weird, like if I pop my head in, I don't see any of my friends in there and I leave, they're going to be mad at me that I didn't buy a beer. It's like, no, they're not going to care. They're going to go on with their life. Yeah. I don't know. I think you just grow out of it. You just do.
There's some people, I think.
I
I don't really everybody does. I mean, I'm sure all these ran into this. I met an old timer on the cruise, and he's like, his wife died. He's like, I didn't know what to do with myself, so I'm just cruising for the next 4 or 5 months. He's told me some unbelievable prices. It's like $23 a night for the rooms and shit.
Yeah.
And he's like, the reason I'm doing this is to try to make a new friend. Yeah. It's my uncle. His wife died a couple years ago, and I can't picture this. I knew it was coming. He's only been with this woman my entire life, like he's recently dating again, making a friend, and they're getting pretty serious, which is, like I said, it's odd because I only knew Denny with Teresa my entire life, but it is expected, people who, I don't know, I don't think everybody's like that,
Yeah, I don't know.
it depends what you're sort of forced to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah. Or I guess how you were, you grew up and all that. I guess.
Kabuki Kid just mentioned Diet Dr. Shasta. Actually, I have discovered Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar, which is basically like the Dr. Pepper Zero. That's pretty dang good.
You hear about the new Coke?
New Coke.
Yeah, I
Another
saw
new
that
Coke.
thing. That was crazy.
Yeah, Starlight Coke.
Yeah, Starlight. I haven't tried it
What
yet.
the hell is
I
that?
want to try it. It's a new Coke. It's like it's red and it tastes like cotton candy from what I understand.
Oh, jeez.
Cotton candy-ish. No one can really say it's cotton candy, but they like Lincoln and Nikki had like 4 or 5 different flavors they were tasting the other night when they were doing taste tests.
Oh, it's more than one flavor.
It's mysterious. It's like a mystery flavor.
Why?
Oh my gosh.
I just seen a thing for Mountain Dew with like 17 different flavors.
Well, yeah, that's just them throwing stuff. All right, I'm gonna have to wrap up because I have to actually show Last Light to some Chinese board game companies tomorrow morning. So
Oh,
I need to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for that. See if they want to license it and create a Chinese version of it. So anyway, lastlightgame.com. If you go to GameFound, search for Last Light. Follow it. So
is that on GameFound? Has it gone live?
No, it isn't yet, but you can
I feel like
sign
it's
up
been
to-
going forever.
Yeah.
Like, but it hasn't gone at all.
Well, no, we're getting all our ducks in a row, man. We put a lot of effort into this one. We want to make
Do
sure.
you have anything still sitting overseas? People gonna be pissed.
Next question.
That's a
We're basic. No, I mean the unfortunate thing is that we have the money. It's just we're waiting for our freight company to give us it's like we've given them the money and now they're like basically searching for a spot for a container and they quoted us a price and we said cool, done, and they said give us the money and we said cool, done, and now we're just waiting. And they're like, we've locked in our money, we've locked in our price, and we're waiting for them to tell us the name of the ship. And it just hasn't happened yet. So, but it should be,
Is that all your stuff? Or is there still more?
I mean, it's multiple stuff in multiple containers. So, I mean, we hope that there's room to get all the containers on one ship, but you know how that ship works. There's no guarantee that they'll all be on the same ship. Yeah. I mean, it's just, so. But like I said, we paid the money. We got everything rolling. So it's just, what are you gonna do? We gotta wait. But all right. Well, thank you everybody once again for doing the thing and then watching the show and the interaction. As always, my friends, thank you so much. Be good, be kind. Aldi, you gonna go to Origins or no? Boo!
I'm not going to any conventions. I'm not going to Gen Con. I'm not going to listen.
Maybe you should go to Origins. And
I'm going to BGG Spring and BGG Fall.
You wanna demo some games? How about in the Gray Fox booth? You can demo games.
I am the worst. So I had a memory pop up this week. South by Southwest.
Wow.
Remember when we went there?
Yes.
Remember? And we were there with Bo from Game Night, but it was Game.
That was like one of my favorite stories of all time. that whole like you talked about that and like how it was just absolutely insane.
That was such a bummer. It basically maybe and here's the weird thing, like, I'm not like anti-partnership, but anytime I get a partnership going, sometimes like, it just feels like it never works out the way I want it to.
Whatever happened to Bo?
He's still on Facebook. I remember Willie threw him under the bus and that sort of was bad. And I don't know. There's some stuff. I really don't know. But yeah, we were there with what was the name of that show? Tabletop. And people will come by and be like, "We really love your show." And I'm like, "Oh, thanks." Well, we're Board Game Geek. We shared the booth.
Yeah.
We brought all the shit too, by the way. We brought all the fucking tables and chairs. We loaded the van up. Lincoln got pulled over on the way home when we were driving back. Speeding. But he talked his way out of it. It was pretty great. Yeah. Because he was going to go to jail.
Oh, that fast.
It was that bad. I'm like, how fast were you going, man? He goes, I don't know. I'm like, really? Okay. Well, the guy said he was going to throw you in jail if you didn't have he had a California license. So he's like, if you had a Texas license, you'd be in jail. I'm like, what? What happened? And I don't know. I wasn't really sensing the speed. But you know, when you get pulled over and you like hit the brakes and he's like, then you feel like the massive amounts of slowdown. I'm like, we must have been going really fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucked. I remember Bo. Bo was a hardworking dude though, man. He worked his ass off for tabletop.
Yeah.
And I don't think he ever got paid, honestly. I mean, maybe he did in the later years. But I remember, I really probably shouldn't tell this story, but like, I'm not gonna tell the story.
I think you told me that story once before. So, but anyway,
It was weird. It was weird. It was a weird deal.
It was a weird deal. So,
Weird deal.
good night, everybody. Be good to one another.